All right, we're getting ready to start. Greetings all. It's my distinct honor and privilege to call to order the 202nd meeting of the New York State Board for Historic Preservation. Today is Thursday, March 12th, 2026, and we are in the Huxley Auditorium of the New York State Museum, and we thank our hosts for letting us use this space. We are, of course, hopeful and confirmed for an in-room quorum, but the meeting is also being viewed virtually by WebEx. And our first agenda item is the roll call. I would ask that each board member introduce themselves, describe what your role is on the board.
Okay, we'll start with you, Doug Pirelli.
Douglas Pirelli. Okay, I'm a teaching professor at the University of Buffalo, past president of the New York Archaeological Council, and happy to be chair of the board, on which I serve as an archaeologist.
Thank you. Wint Aldrich.
I'm serving as a member of the history seat. I'm a former Deputy Commissioner for Historic Preservation at State Parks.
Jennifer Betzworth.
Good morning. I represent the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Conservation, and I am here as a historian.
Carol Clark. Absent. Molly Garfinkel.
Oh, could I say a word?
Yes, please.
Carol Clark is missing her first meeting in 6 years.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a good track record. and
That's
we
a
thank her
very
for
good
that.
track record. Okay.
Forgive me.
Molly Garfinkel. Okay, absent. Wayne Goodman. Okay, he's not here. Kristen Herron.
Kristen Herron, I'm Program Director for Design Arts and Museums at the New York State Council on the Arts, representing that agency.
Thank you. Erica Krieger.
Good morning. My name is Erica Krieger. I'm an architect. I'm here representing Secretary of State Mosley, and this happens to be my last meeting. I will be retiring next month, and it's been a great pleasure serving on this board. I thank you all very much.
And Erica will be replaced by China Clark. China, do you want to stand up and just give us a wave? Awesome. Thank you.
And Erica, you also have a very stellar record of attendance, I must say. So thank you for everything. Jennifer Lamack. She's absent. Heather Maybe.
Hi, this is Heather Maybe. I'm representing Brian Irwin, who's the chair of the State Council of State Parks, and I serve as the chair of the Saratoga Capital District Region State Park Commission.
Felicia Mayrow.
Hi, Felicia Mayrow, Historic Preservation. I was the Executive Director of the St. Mark's Historic Landmark Fund and its Neighborhood Preservation Center, as well as being involved in other historic preservation organizations based in New York City. Currently, I work at the Bernard F. and Alva B. Gimbel Foundation that focuses on grant making to groups working to strengthen democracy and environmental justice.
Thank you. Ruth Pierpont.
Hi, it's Ruth Pierpont. I'm the former Deputy Commissioner for Historic Preservation, and I sit on the board of the Preservation League of New York State.
And Gretchen Soren.
I am the director of the Cooperstown Graduate Program, a historian and curator, museum curator.
Thank you. And with that, we have a quorum, 9 attendees.
Thank you. Thank you. Next meeting item is approval of the December minutes. Do we have any questions or comments about the December minutes or a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Second.
Opposed or abstained?
Who was the second,
Who's your
please?
second?
Alicia. Yeah, if you could say your name when we're voting, that would be helpful. Thank you, everyone.
All right, next up on the agenda is
All in favor?
all in favor. Yeah.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
we made it.
Sorry, being picky.
Deputy Commissioner's report, Daniel McKay.
Good morning. I want to acknowledge, obviously, a full agenda, and I took a longer set of prepared remarks, and I've tightened it up a bit. So if you feel I've missed something that you'd like to hear about, please let me know. So,
Is that a welcoming hint?
yes, sir. Well,
Thank you.
it was an acknowledgement of past practice. So good morning again. I'm Daniel McKay. I serve as Deputy Commissioner for Historic Preservation and Deputy State Preservation Officer for New York State. Acting Commissioner Kathy Mosher sends her regrets. She had planned to be here until her schedule shifted her to meetings down on Long Island on Tuesday. So she was intending to be here. She appreciated her engagement with the review board at the December meeting. And I think we can probably pretty consistently plan that she will be a participant for at least some part of most meetings. So her apologies are extended. Commissioner Mosher and Dan McEnany and I were in Washington, D.C. last week for congressional meetings. This is an annual trip that Dan and I take, part of National Preservation Advocacy Week. And this was the first time that a commissioner from OPRHP has actually joined those visits. So a welcome first. And I think we heard a commitment that she would return next year as well. We certainly appreciated her participation. She knows a number of House members, House and New York State House and Senate members from past work in the environmental conservation field, and was a welcome addition to the lobby team. I want to note that Andrea Goldwyn from New York Landmarks Conservancy was also a participant, has long been a participant in those trips with us. So we have Dan and Andrea and I think we have a pretty tight team. We're happy to have been joined by Commissioner Mosher. And then we also had a preservation scholar from the National Trust Program, and we had a student from the University of Maryland master's program in historic preservation. They each joined us for a portion of the visits. The master's student from Maryland grew up in Buffalo and went to school in Syracuse before her master's program in Maryland, and was a great addition to the team as well. So kudos to both of them for being interested in wetting their feet in national advocacy. The focus of these visits was to seek a $250 million allocation for the Historic Preservation Fund. That fund celebrates its 50th year in 2026. It is the primary federal funding source for historic preservation. It provides funding to 59 state historic preservation offices, that includes states, territories, and the District of Columbia, 235 tribal preservation offices across the nation, 2,100 certified local governments through the 10% allocation that each state is required to make to local governments. And it funds multiple grant programs that protect, preserve, and commemorate our diverse national heritage. And for the past 2 years, the HPF has been level funded at $181 million. So the proposed increase to 250, coincident, of course, with the 250th semi-quincentennial, will result in a higher allocation to SHPOs and TIPOs, create a new grant program for SHPOs to improve digital records and technology, such as our CRIS system, increase funding for historically Black colleges and universities, and is proposed to provide a record level of funding for National Park Service grant programs, including Save America's Treasures, targeted for $40 million in funding, the African American Civil Rights Program, targeted for $28 million in funding, the Paul Brune Historic Revitalization Program, targeted for $17 million in funding, Semi-Quincentennial Commemoration, $11 million, History of Equal Rights, $7 million, and Underrepresented Communities Initiatives, $5 million. That is the ask for the federal fiscal year starting in October 2026, running through September 2027. So this year, effectively, we're operating under the 181 allocated level funding, and diminished awards across each of these programs. Also, a focus for our visit was detailing the success of the Federal Rehabilitation Tax Credit Program and advocating for legislation that exists in both the Senate and House called HTC Go, which would enhance the Federal Rehabilitation Tax Credit Program's ability to incentivize small projects under $2.5 million in size and create greater flexibility within the federal program for not-for-profits to access the program to steward not-for-profit owned historic buildings, think historic theaters or other cultural spaces. The success of our visit, we will be gauging the success of our visit by the number of folks who sign on to the appropriations letter, by the number of people who choose to co-sponsor the HTC Go legislation. Every meeting, I think, felt positive. Every meeting seemed productive. And I think we are expecting that the New York State delegation will perform in terms of signaling their commitment to legislation and appropriations. I want to thank several people who are in the room, Cordell Reeves, Christian Price, Megan Eves, two of whom are here, had Dan and I well prepared for these visits with an extraordinary range of customized materials specific to each district, extracting information from the CRIS database about program performance and program deliverables across the entire, across each district. And I want to note too that they are extensively involved now in follow-up to those visits so that we can secure the legislative sign-ons and bill sponsorships. So while we were in Washington, the National Park Service announced the FFY 24-25 program performance numbers for the Federal Rehabilitation Tax Credit Program. New York State set a new national record with over $2 billion in qualified rehabilitation expenses. And that was across 106 completed projects facilitated by staff in this room and facilitated by the State Review Board. So many of your nominations are specific to the opportunity to claim federal tax credits, subsequently state tax credits to underwrite building revitalization. The gap between New York's #1 performance and the second-ranked state, which was Ohio, was just shy of $1.4 billion. So Ohio had a $600 million year. New York State had a $2 billion year. And again, thank you to all in this room, Review Board included. So Kath and Chris and Jonathan, thank you. Olivia Brzee, if she's in this room, she oversees that the tax credit unit. Big performance. I mean, just constant level of performance and deliverable for that program. Meanwhile, back in Albany, we're in the midst of budget season and budget negotiations. I want to note that Governor Hochul awarded OPRHP a record level of support, building on $200 million in baseline capital allocations. The governor awarded the agency with an additional $140 million additional to undertake projects above and beyond what was positioned in this year of the 5-year plan. So that 140 additional includes money for the initial phase of development at High Falls State Park in Rochester. It includes work on Long Island in the Palisades, and it includes $7 million for facilities at Peoples Island State Park. The division's headquarters, our base of operations, the $7 million is allocated towards a long-range planning exercise that is intended to develop the facility as History Park that will sort of transform, not only upgrade facilities and infrastructure, but basically make our facility a public-facing facility where the public can access collections, undertake more easily research, allow us to provide training and programming on a statewide basis more easily. And it's an exciting vision at which we are clearly only at the earliest stage of planning, but the governor's support for that facility and that concept is much appreciated. In their respective one-house bills, the Senate proposed $5 million in additional funding for the Rev War Commission's work. Assembly Member Carrie Warner and Senator Pat Fahey have proposed enhancements to the New York State Historic Homeowner Rehabilitation Program that was specifically included in the Assembly bill. Both houses support a $75 million increase to the Environmental Protection Fund, seeking to establish a record $500 million in annual funding. A portion of that increase will certainly come to parks, and certainly land in part to underwrite the historic preservation, the municipal parks development and heritage area system grants programs. But we're hoping for some the possibility of some additional opportunities coming to parks and the division through that through a potential agreement on a $500 million funding level. There are some additional items I want to note. First of all, Brian Stratton's retirement from the New York State Canal Corporation, which he directed for 15 years through several changes in their corporate home, initially the New York State Thruway Authority, subsequently the New York State Power Authority, and then changes in leadership within those authorities. The conclusion of the canal's bicentennial year, which Brian oversaw, all the work and celebration, programming and celebration that went into that. That is probably a fitting time for a leadership transition. Governor Hochul has named Syracuse Mayor Ben Walsh, who concluded his final term in office as mayor of Syracuse, as acting director. Further back on Director Walsh's resume is his tenure at Center State's CEO, an economic development not-for-profit based in Syracuse. He was the coordinator for Center State of efforts to secure the establishment of the state rehabilitation tax credit program in 2007 and the 2010 enhancements, which really are the backbone of the program we have today. So nice to have someone with those connections in place at Canal Corp. Additional details will be forthcoming later on this agenda, but I do want to acknowledge the upcoming statewide preservation conference in April. Gretchen will be our keynote speaker, I understand. And the recent announcement of New York State's first African American Heritage Grant Program, an outcome of funding provided by the governor, the African American Heritage Commission. And Kathy will be providing further details on both at the end of the agenda. And finally, I will note that the next meeting of the Rev.War Commission will be held Wednesday, March 18th in Garden City, Long Island. And then the June meeting is already committed to Marist College in Poughkeepsie. So the Rev.War Commission's work continues. It's 2026 is obviously a big year, but I think the message that the commissioner has embraced is that the 2027 through 2029 timeframe is actually one in which so much Rev.War history will focus on events and actions in New York State. And so Philadelphia can have their year, and we will claim the next 3. So that concludes my remarks. So are there questions?
I was just wondering if the ask that you started with was a one-off for 1 year, or is that going to be sort of the new baseline?
That's a great question. I think it's an ambitious ask for this year. The funding source is offshore oil and gas leases. So $250 million is not coming out of general tax revenue. And there is an extraordinary, multi-billion-dollar surplus in that fund, or, in the source for the Historic Preservation Fund. Those offshore oil and gas leases are also the funding source for the Land and Water Conservation Fund, a program that the Parks Agency and DEC use extensively for open space acquisition purposes. The Land and Water Conservation Fund is permanently authorized in federal law. The Historic Preservation Fund is really going year to year reauthorization, although there is ambition and need for probably a permanent reauthorization. So it's an ambitious ask this year, but I think preservation is something that typically has strong bipartisan support, with nuance, state to state to state. I don't know, no one, would you agree, Dan? No one really batted an eye at the 250. Maybe 1 or 2 offices said, maybe not. But, I think there's general support. The question is whether, from the New York State delegation, the question is whether it can be achieved collectively within Congress itself.
Thank you.
I was going to ask on those same lines, this is a request from the Interior Department and the National Park Service of the Congress. Very generous, surprisingly generous. one hopes that the budget director and the White House have been in consultation with the initiator of this request, because the Congress could be very generous in approving, and it could still be yanked out from under us.
Right. Last year, the contrast was stark. The executive proposal was for zero allocation from the HPF, and obviously the House and Senate worked to establish $181 million in funding. So, you know, there is some school of thought that you should stand pat and be content with level funding within the general scenario. But between the National Trust and Preservation Action and NICSPO, a decision was reached to go make the ask for 250.
That's great. The only other thing was, we are the State Historic Preservation Board, and arguably a criminal act has occurred in the destruction of a part of the National House, the White House. And is it an appropriate thing for a board like us to go on record condemning this act? I will just leave it there.
Okay. Doug, do you have comment on that, or?
Are you making a motion?
No,
Okay. No.
no, because I don't want to be fired.
Okay.
Winced last motion.
Erica, last,
Trust has an opportunity to respond to what's happening at the White House. They have a lawsuit.
They brought
Yeah,
litigation.
yes, but there's actually online an opportunity to respond.
Okay, so we can do it as individuals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you.
40,000 people, in fact, have responded, have criticized
Already.
the action.
Jennifer?
I just wanted to elevate, since it wasn't included in your state level
Apologies, yep.
roundup. You're probably aware that changes are being proposed to seeker in terms of housing development in the state, and that includes streamlining of environmental reviews as well as cultural resources reviews. And I only just saw the language of that myself this week. So if there's any interest in a conversation between the agencies, just putting that out there.
Yeah, I know that, I don't think anyone at the division level has seen that language yet. We're certainly aware. So we would welcome to be in receipt of it, or be directed to where to find it. And, you know, it's certainly something that we are generally aware of, that we anticipate the need to review and comment. So if we can get that started sooner, we're happy to do so.
Great.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you. It's actually the first thing I wrote down, and then it looks like in edits it got pushed away. So my apologies. But you know, we noted Erica Krieger's departure from the State Review Board. China, your impending arrival. Thank you. Another major change at the division level is that Beth Cumming, who has overseen a significant and extraordinary volume of consultation work and tax credit work, with notable feathers in her cap, Moynihan Station among them, some of our most complex tax credit and consultation projects during her time at the division. Beth is retiring later this spring, in effect before our next meeting. And I just want to acknowledge an impactful tenure, Beth. You know, your tenure with the division, it's been extensive. You have, you know, earned your spot on the senior staff team. You've delivered extraordinary results that fundamentally inform our numbers and our national successes. You are a key part of making us a nation-leading office, and you are exiting with probably the central project on your agenda, CRIS 2.0. You know, you've invested so much time this last year in getting us to the point, you know, developing, you know, a scope of need to inform the creation of bid documents so that we can take what at the time, and Beth was integrally involved at the time in establishing the first digital platform for any state preservation office. Now, 12 years later, we're getting to CRIS 2.0. And Beth knows that system as well as, if perhaps better than anyone. And Beth, you will be missed. Your expertise has been informs many discussions, some discussions that evolve over time, some discussions that have to take place in 15 minutes because the governor's office is called and needs context and needs an answer. And you've just been generous and committed with your commitment to the work of the division, to your fellow staff, to mentoring the development of your staff, seeing your staff go elsewhere and sort of seeding the world with the approach that you've developed, and then turning around and working anew with new arrivals. It has been impressive, and we will miss you at the division generally. So line one, Beth coming retirement. I just apologize. I went right to DC. And I apologize for that.
Thank you, Daniel. All right, next on our agenda is Samantha Bossart, Executive Director of Saratoga Springs Preservation Foundation, talking about preserving a community.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. Thank you for having me speak today about my organization and our work. How many of you have been to Saratoga Springs? Okay, that's good. Because I realized I won't go into what I don't have in my presentation because you don't know that it's not in there. Just to give some context about where our organization came from, Saratoga Springs really became a destination in 1771 when Sir William Johnson was brought to High Rock Park for its natural springs healing powers. And that is really when we started to become a destination. To give you some context though, by 1874, we had 4 grand hotels. Think about that, our population was about 7,000 people. The Grand Central Hotel had 500 rooms, accommodating nearly 1,000 people. The Grand Union Hotel at the time was considered one of the largest hotels in the world, could accommodate over 2,000 people, could accommodate 1,000 people for dinner at one time with 250 servants. We had the United States Hotel that also had nearly 800 rooms, accommodating almost 2,000, as well as the Congress Hotel that had 600 rooms. And so I like to give it context because people think of Saratoga a destination and we have lots of hotels. Currently in Saratoga Springs, we have 2,300 hotel rooms. Just amongst these 4 hotels, we had over 3,000 and that's not including smaller, what we now call a boutique hotel, the Adelphi Hotel, boarding houses. And so to give you a perspective, we were the destination. We were one of the places to come in the summer and to be seen. People were coming there to take the natural spring waters. They were also coming to gamble, and they were coming to see horse racing, which they still do. Saratoga Springs now is a population right now of approximately 28,000 people. We swell in the summer to at times 100,000 people between Saratoga Performing Arts Center and our beautiful National Historic Landmark Park to the race course. Between those 2 venues alone, there could be 45,000 at Saratoga Race Course and over 20 at SPAC. So we were a bustling community. We are now a bustling community, but there was a time where we were not. With the advent of the automobile, 2 world wars, the Depression, changing travel, meaning coming by car, not staying as long, not coming by train and with your Saratoga trunk and staying for the summer. You realizing that as much as we love our spring waters, that perhaps their health benefits aren't all that they claim to be. And at the end, gambling, the end of gambling due to the Kefauver investigations. By I would say 60s and 70s, Saratoga was not the destination to be. We had lost several of our grand hotels to demolition, unfortunately, to others to fire earlier. We were just not thriving. Urban renewal came. I think it was an alarm bell for some of our members of our community. It really, as it did in most communities, threatened the, impacted the Black community, of course, the most. And then our downtown. If you've been recently, you wouldn't recognize it. This is what our downtown looked like. This photo is where the Grand Union Hotel was. Ironically, it was demolished and replaced with a Grand Union grocery store. They, you know, inappropriate changes or, that's the word I like. Inappropriate changes to facades, just vacant, missing teeth, so to speak, in our Broadway. Oops. In 1973, community leaders and business leaders came together to form what we call the Saratoga Plan of Action. They, downtown had been threatened. Broadway, there had been a threat to build a bypass around Broadway. If you've been to Saratoga, you'll know that as you come in from SPAC, there's 4 lanes. And when you get on the other side of Saratoga, as you head out Route 50 to Wilton, there's 4 lanes. Those 4 lanes were going to actually go through our oldest residential historic district, Franklin Square, and connect and bypass our downtown. Thankfully, we had early people that valued our historic residential neighborhood and our Broadway, and that didn't happen. The group came together. They wanted to figure out a way to revitalize downtown, and they did that by building a model of Broadway, of downtown, and asking the public to come to, wrong button, this storefront and provide ideas and suggestions on what they wanted to see downtown. That included planting trees, benches, streetlights, outdoor dining, and preserving its historic buildings, restoring them, restoring the facades. So our organization was founded as a result of that. They realized that they wanted to have a facade grant program. They realized that it shouldn't be housed within the city government. It shouldn't be housed within the business community. They shouldn't be the ones being the voice for the buildings. So our organization was founded to preserve and enhance the architectural and cultural landscape heritage. And we do this through 4 ways: advocacy, technical assistance, education, and restoration. After 50 years, there's a lot I could talk about. Well, nearly 50 years. We'll be celebrating that soon. I'm not really going to touch very much on a lot of advocacy issues, just a few. I'm not touching on technical assistance. You guys are the knowledgeable ones, actually, and I often come to your office for guidance. Educational programs. We have generous support from the New York Council of the Arts to help us do our educational programs. But what I'm really going to focus on is more of the things that impacted buildings and sites. Through that facade program, 25 buildings received grants with a 25-year preservation easement, restoring the facades. In the 1970s, we really didn't have hardly any year-round restaurants. There were vacant storefronts, and the upper floors were not being used. A much different place than what it is today. But you can see the impact of these easements and their investment At the time, I believe it was estimated like it was $450,000 in total, but I can't put a number to what that would be now. It would be significant. We were involved when the Skidmore College, which was on Union Avenue in nearly the heart of downtown, decided to relocate to North Broadway and build a new campus, leaving 88 buildings vacant on a central heating system that had buildings that had been once single-family residences turned into classrooms, offices, and dorms. Julie Stokes, our executive director at the time, she established the Union Avenue Historic District, worked with a local realtor, John Ruin, to sell these properties and take advantage of the federal rehabilitation tax credit. We also were involved with saving Universal Preservation Hall. It was actually one of the first things that Julie had to do in 1977 in April, the month we were founded. Pieces of the tower started to fall. The city condemned the building. They wanted to have it demolished. Julie thankfully got a $100 grant to get a structural engineer report to justify that the building should not be lost. Not only did we intervene then to help save the building, we intervened again in the late 1990s when again the small Black congregation, Baptist congregation, were not unable to maintain the building and the roof was again facing a collapse. We intervened again, and then while it was a difficult decision, another nonprofit was formed solely to preserve that building, Universal Preservation Hall. It is a spectacular space, a music and event space. I encourage you to come see a concert there if you have not. Then I mentioned urban renewal. This Pure Oil gas station, keep doing the wrong button. This Pure Oil gas station is at the site, the current site of our city convention center, the city center. Rare Pure Oil gas station. It was decided that it should be preserved and moved. And now it is the Bread Basket, which is actually run by a nonprofit. So all the net proceeds are given back to the community and to others. The Clinton Rose Street. As you can see, we're in rough condition. This last one, the city was going to demolish. It was in poor condition. The city sold it to the foundation for $1, stabilized it, sold it to an owner that would complete the interior. And that it really sort of was a domino effect, encouraging others to invest in that row. And it's now a beautiful row of row houses. The 117 Grand Avenue, former D&H Railroad building, was, as you can see, in disrepair. The foundation purchased that building in the 1990s and made it their office and senior low-income housing units. We sold that building in 2007. As a small nonprofit has a hard time managing their own historic property. But ultimately, it was for the best. The owner has been taking care of the building and it has an easement on it. Beekman Street, we received a New York State Main Street grant, $190,000. A small sort of, well, it was a little main street in the west side. And with that grant, 4 buildings received 4 facade grants and 3 received $50,000 building rehabilitation grants. That $190,000 grant on that street, which was completed roughly in the recession of 2008. So that wasn't so great for us. But between that investment of the grant and the owners who matched it and beyond, we've estimated that resulted in over $750,000 in investment on that street. The Gideon Putnam Cemetery, we were involved with its restoration. The Spirit of Life, it's in Congress Park. It is a memorial to Spencer Trask, who was a wealthy financier who was behind the legislation to preserve the spring waters of Saratoga when they were threatened by the pumping of carbonic gas. In 1909, he tragically died in a train accident, and his wife, along with his best friend, George Foster Peabody, chose to memorialize his efforts to save the springs, which resulted in our beautiful Saratoga Spa State Park. hired Daniel Chester French and Henry Bacon, who are both responsible for the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. In 1983, in a well-intended effort by the city to clean this bronze sculpture, the city started to sandblast her. That was a big no. Thankfully, we had citizens that stopped that, and Julie Stokes, as our executive director, undertook the first restoration of the Spirit of Life. Here it is. Now you can see the beautiful Grand Union Hotel behind there, but this is the architectural surround designed by Henry Bacon, and the landscape, you see the wide pathways. In the background, you see the hall for Congress Spring, and the landscape, the wide sidewalks, and before the sculpture was placed. This is another, I love this view, being a history nerd. This is actually, you can see, taken from the top of the Grand Union Hotel, looking down into the park. You can see, again, these paths were to bring you into the park. It had great landscaping, lots of light fixtures and benches. In 2010, community members came to the Saratoga Springs because there was concern about the landscape. Those white pines that had been the backdrop of the memorial were at the end of their life cycle. We had Finch Pine Forest Management come in and test and bore all of the pine trees that stood behind the memorial. And that those trees were ultimately deemed that they had posed a significant threat to landing if there was a storm, wind on the Spirit of Life, causing irreparable damage. We did the brave thing, and we partnered with the city, and we undertook what became a $750,000 restoration 4-year campaign to restore the Spirit of Life and Spencer Trask Memorial, which included this whole landscape. You can see once the trees were removed that the paths have become just these small stone dust paths. Behind here, there were bushes that the homeless were sleeping in. There were only these 4 light fixtures. There were no benches. And well, we ended up undertaking that. Looking at the sculpture, looking at the architectural surround with its in unfortunate patches, we learned that the Spirit of Life was always meant to remain gold, not that darkened bronze colors, through research of a local artist, and we returned her to her golden finish. It was completed, and we did a dedication literally on the 100th anniversary of its dedication and gift to the city. It was the first public act by the mayor of Saratoga Springs in 1915. It was a major part of the centennial celebration. We literally had people sing happy birthday impromptu to the Spirit of Life. It was what I can say very special. This came at a time when the Saratoga Springs Preservation Foundation really had not done beyond Beekman Street or beyond, well, not since 117 Grand, which had been in the 90s, but Gideon Putnam and Beekman Street, we really hadn't done any physical restoration projects in a really long time. We had been a vocal advocate against the demolition of some buildings that honestly didn't go well with the business community. We lost members. We were a struggling, or we were trying to bounce back from some negative perceptions in the community. As what we learned from the Spirit of Life was that investing our dollars and giving back something that people could physically see really brought people back to us, and in a really impactful way. So that sort of was our first big project. Today, each year, our volunteers donate their time to maintain the geraniums and the plantings that were part of the restoration project. I think we are over 700 hours of volunteer time. The First Baptist Church is the oldest congregation in the city of Saratoga Springs. We got them a historic structures report. We helped them restore their bell tower. We recently helped them, well, not super recently, in like 6 years, everything with COVID, changes your time perspective, to restore their most endangered windows. This again was another way for us to give back to the community in a way that we're helping their building. Endangered properties. I'm pleased to say that 4 out of the 5 buildings on this slide are going to be preserved or have been preserved. The one that remains at risk is the Smiley Brackett House, built in 1871, eligible for listing on the National Register. Sarah Smiley was the first women to speak in front of a mixed congregation of men and women before a Presbyterian church. She was an author. She had a lending library. She encouraged women to study the Bible without the aid of men. She was an abolitionist. She's a really impactful woman. The second owner of the property was Charles Brackett, who was a screen producer of Sunset Boulevard, The Titanic, received a Lifetime Oscar award. Sadly, this building is not in a historic district. We did get it designated as a local landmark in hopes that when and if that demolition application comes, there's a measure of protection, because otherwise there would have been no notice, nothing to prevent its demolition. So I'm going to talk about the 2 on the bottom now. This is 65 Phila Street and this is 69 Phila Street. These 2 buildings had been, and the Smiley Brackett have been on our endangered list since 1998. I joined the foundation in 2008. At the time, this building, 1998 is when 69 Phila was bought by the owners for $41,000 at auction. Then the same owners purchased the property immediately next door in 2002 for $125,000. Their intent was to remove them and build something new. When they didn't get their wish, they intentionally neglected them. Here you see the building in 2003. This is 2017. You can see that they removed the original porch columns, balustrade. They had this lovely chain link fence gate. At one point, there was orange construction fencing as well. You can see over time, they were required by a court to remove rear additions. The back wall is neither back wall was there. Since 2008, these properties were on sale for over approximately $350,000 each, which now in Saratoga would be a steal, but not in 2008. We had multiple people that were interested in these properties, wanting to save them, and these owners would never sell. In 2017, my organization paid for a structural engineers, we're getting like ahead, structural engineers report to say that the buildings were in good position. She would not sell to the owner, the interested buyer that we paid for that structural engineers report for. So this is what it looked like in 2017. I was able to go in it then. She would never allow me to go back in it again with any potential buyer. Fast forward, in December of 2020, thanks to the vacant building registration legislation that we passed, actually, as a result of when we had some bad press back before the Spirit of Life, the city attorney, for once, it has only happened once in the whole time that I've been there, held them accountable, took the owners to court, and the court said either you get permission from the design review board to demolish them or you rehabilitate them. They decided to move forward with proposing to demolish both structures. We did a heart bomb campaign, encouraging, where we had people come out and show their support. People had signs throughout the city. And we were fortunate enough that a young couple ultimately was successful when I think they saw the writing on the wall that the design review board was not going to grant them. permission to demolish them because this was a self-created hardship. The young couple ended up purchasing 69 Phila Street. Then they actually had to go through the process and were denied by the design review board to allow to demolish 65 Phila Street. We were fortunate. We were not in the position, we didn't have the cash, and we were not in the position to be able to buy those, a building, but we had a member who came forward and said that he would loan us the money. And so at 1% interest. Not only the money to purchase the building, but the money to help us rehab it. So we purchased 65 Phila. We had to purchase it for $235,000, which was significantly less than what she had always been asking, which was I think $349,000. She did not know we were gonna be the ultimate owner. We had to have an LLC, and then that same day, they sold it to us. She was not happy when she saw our big announcement and with me, with the press, saying, look who owns it, finally. So we acquired it in May of 2021. We did our Revive campaign. These were some of the fun things that we found. Well, the first one up in the corner, that was a little scary. I was like, please tell me that Alexander A. Patterson, who built the house, who was an architect and builder who owned the Patterson Spring. I was like, please tell me he's not buried on this site. Please tell me. He was not. We learned he was buried in Green Ridge Cemetery, and that they often would place a temporary stone before they put a larger marker. Maybe you guys all know this, but we didn't. And then they would return the smaller stone, and it would be used as a boundary, property marker boundary. And it was in the northeast corner of the lot. We found this great sunflower tile on the banister, this interesting construction, this great original doorknob, and that this is the same door, and we were able to restore it. Really, it was a community effort. I can't tell you how many volunteers were part of this project. We engaged the public. It was on our historic homes tour one year, and you couldn't go in because you was not in a position to be walked in, but people could pick the paint colors, and they picked the one that thankfully I liked the best, but it was literally down to like within 3 votes, but they picked a good paint color scheme. We bought the building with the intent to restore the exterior, stabilize it, do any environmental abatement, which we did. We couldn't have done it without volunteers. Like I said, they helped to gut it without many contractors. We had Munter, who's a bit Munter. We had Bonaccio, we had Teakwood, we had all sorts of contractors that, would probably, you could say, could be competitors of one another, but they all were willing to help us with this project. You can see here, this was the east wing. We had to pour a whole new slab, put a whole new roof in, a whole new floor, just to stabilize and make it habitable. Well, like I said, we were fortunate that the owners had put the original porch columns and balustrade in the building, so we were able to preserve the porch, but you can get it. It was later a Jewish boarding house, so they were small rooms that they had made out of larger rooms and had basically sinks in every room. There had been a mikveh on the site, but we restored, we were fortunate. Nearly all of the original windows, well, I should say original, some were the original 6/6 because it was originally built as a Greek revival, but then the 2/2, we only, I think, had to purchase like 4 window sashes. But you would never have known it from the outside. Needless to say, we did it. We celebrated with a block party on literally the hottest day of the summer, but we had like over probably closer to 200 people come out and celebrate with us. We were fortunate enough to have a historic preservation award by the Preservation League. We raised over $450,000. I don't know the true value of all of the work that had been invested. We were fortunate to have support from the 772 Foundation for this project. But you can see this doesn't include that, like hundreds of community members that gave anywhere from $15 all the way up to $5,000 to $10,000 to more. Like I said, we purchased it for $235,000. Sorry. And well, I'm going to go this sequentially. So we get it, we put it on the market and we're like, yay. At that same party, we celebrated the young couple who restored 69 Phila Street. They had to build a whole new interior frame within that brick structure to preserve the building. So we had the two most derelict buildings 2 blocks from downtown, and they were preserved. And so we're really excited. Joe, who's and one of the owners, is now on our board, actively engaged. His daughter loves preservation. She's so cute. She talks about historic buildings. It's great. We love it. Here we are. You can see the before and after. I mean, I was just still fit in the same dress. That was exciting. And we sold it. But it took us a while to sell it. It took over 1.5 years to sell it. We were fortunate enough to sell it for $550,000. We had it listed for $629,000. That's how crazy Saratoga is. It's obnoxious, I know, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, the zoning board would not approve a design that we accepted for a garage, and we had a buyer walk. So that was unfortunate. But with the $550,000, well, we netted money, and I'll tell you what we're going to do with that next. CC bought the building. When we did the building, we purposely did not finish the back building because we anticipated somebody would want to build an addition. And she has successfully gone through the design review process and has been approved for her rear addition. This will have an easement. Unlike all of the other easements this organization has had over the years, it will be in perpetuity. It will not be a 25-year easement. Getting through the language of that easement and going through the process has been a learning curve, but we're glad that we've done it because we have bought 128 and 130 Clinton Street. These are 2 workers' cottages in an remarkably intact row of probably 9 houses that are not in a historic district. The street is starting to see the tear down. A builder, we had reached out to the owner. These had been on our endangered list probably for 15 years. I lived around the corner from them. This one is essentially a very small shotgun. Was built and we had tried to reach out to the owner. The owner did not respond to us, but he responded, unfortunately, to a builder that was going to tear both of them down to probably what I imagine build a snout house with a big 2-car garage right out in front. Thankfully, we were able to convince the builder to sell to us, although he sure made a lot of money off of us. We ended up having to pay $275,000 for them. But from the net proceeds, we netted from the sale of 365 Phila $350,000. So that will cover the purchase price of these 2 buildings and $75,000 to go towards the rehab. So that is one thing that we're doing next, and we hope to continue. We've had volunteers. The bigger of the 2 houses, we had to remove, it was a hoarding situation. We had to remove 2 30-yard dumpsters and 1 20-yard dumpster of debris and stuff from these 2 houses. This is a 600 square foot house, and this is like a 1,000 square foot house. So think about that. I'm almost done, I promise. Excelsior, this is another building that was eligible for listing on the National Register. It was not in a historic district. we, sometimes these areas are not in historic districts, and we've been so fortunate in Saratoga to have so many people that are willing to keep these buildings. Well, it's now become a place where people want to build. And this property was going to be demolished to make way for apartments. And we inserted ourselves. We were not successful in getting it designated a local landmark. We did not have the city council support. However, through the planning process, we were able to convince and convince the owners to relocate the buildings on the site. So these two buildings were saved. Then we also bought this little guy, 72 South Franklin. And so when we finish 128, 132 Clinton Street, we will move on to our third rehabilitation project. And so I'm excited about that. This is the stuff that we're facing in Saratoga. This is just a gambit of some of the stuff. By the way, this is a contributing building. This is Sperry's, to anybody who knows or cares, but it's basically got approval to be built over it. Not happy. We have a mayor who's not supportive of our of my organization, says we're too influential and we have too much power, and so does the design review board. He is actively talking about making changes to our historic review ordinance, not understanding that these people are coming to build in our community because we preserved it. It's really upsetting. And just last, but one of the last things is that we work on, and is for you guys just to keep in mind that Saratoga Racecourse, the oldest sports venue in the country, is only a contributing resource to the Union Avenue Historic District. It is not individually listed, and it should be a National Historic Landmark. My organization is completing a third phase of an inventory. Over several years, well, it's taken us 15 years. We've raised over $150,000 to do three phases of an inventory. The racecourse has over 200 historic buildings on 350 acres. So we are the only local advisory opinion on any of the changes there. So we look at everything that is done there, and we are actively advocating for the preservation of the buildings. With that said, 69 Phila Street will be on our historic homes tour. Come and see us. And I apologize if I ran over, but thank you so much for the opportunity. I don't know if anybody has questions.
All right, thank you for that, Samantha. That was fantastic. All right, moving on to the National Register nomination reviews.
Okay, hello everyone. So welcome to the 202nd meeting of the New York State Review Board for Historic Preservation. Thank you for joining us at the Huxley Theater at the New York State Museum in Albany. We welcome our nomination sponsors, consultants, and property owners who have worked very hard alongside our National Register staff to prepare the nominations you will see today. A special thank you to Campbell, who prepared the presentation slides you will also see. Through our presentations today, you will hear about 25 National Register nominations from 18 counties across New York State. To mention a few, we will hear about the modern architecture designs of Henry Blattner and Slingerlands, the state's early efforts to preserve and interpret historic sites at the Senate House and Museum Annex, the remarkably intact Hudson River Landing community of Stuyvesant, mineral water distribution in Troy, and progressive elementary school planning with the Nathaniel Hawthorne School number 25. With these nominations, we will recognize historic resources starting as early as circa 1676 all the way through 1976. Altogether, we will aim to add 176 contributing resources to the State Register of Historic Places. Of these nominations, 15 are in support of commercial tax credits and 10 are honorary designations. For our guests who are joining us remotely and who have a special interest in the nominations presented here today or in person, you are welcome to offer comment following the presentation of your nomination. Each virtual attendee should have the ability to unmute yourself when it is your turn to speak. And we do ask, we have a packed agenda, so we ask that we keep those comments brief and impactful. And if there are any issues, we will be trying to troubleshoot the virtual attendees who are wishing to speak as well. With that being said, we will begin our presentations with our first nomination from Ulster County.
It's okay. Going on the clock. Bill loves it.
Good morning.
Good morning, Bill.
Nice to see y'all. So we're going to start in Ulster County with the Senate House and Museum Annex. Spirit of full disclosure, this will be the fourth time this property is listed on the National Register. 1970 Clinton Avenue Historic District, 1971 individually, 1975, I believe, the Stockade Historic District. Most interesting of all these is 1970, the Clinton Avenue District was signed by Conrad Worth, who was the sixth director of the National Park Service, the key cog in the CCC State Park Program, architect of Mission 66, and the first chair of our New York State Historic Trust. So full disclosure. This nomination, this documentation is being prepared to satisfy a semi-quin grant that we received from the National Park Service. I think it was a $750,000 grant, which is being used to address roofing issues, water mitigation, site mitigation, so sizable grants. It seeks to basically tell a fuller story of the site. The 71 document is very much of its time, very breezy, not a lot of content. So we're looking to expand the history of the historic house, the events of the Revolution, and then really delve more fully into the history of the commemorative period, what led to the construction of the museum building. So we have sort of a complete record of the property. It was initially going to be additional documentation. After consulting with the Park Service, they're just going to consider it a new nomination because it's so extensive and beyond the 71 documentation. See a very long period of significance, of course, beginning with conjectural, maybe first phase of the house, leading all the way through the commemorative period, obviously the Revolution before that, and through the restorations by the state in the 1940s and 60s and in other periods as well. Here is the museum annex. CLG as well, I want to note, Kingston is a certified local government. We have letters of support from Mayor Stephen Noble, as well as the Kingston Landmarks Preservation Commission. So here are two buildings, of course, Senate House, really mostly developed as a New World Dutch house, a typical Ulster County stone house, 18th century, mostly multi-phase chronology, burned, of course, during Vaughan's raid. So the extent of that destruction still a matter of debate. And then acquisition by New York State in 1887, at which time we added on to the building, not something we would do in this day and age. Isaac Perry, the state architect, designed the features on the right, on the northern end of the building, including in the rear a kitchen wing. So this was meant to not only honor the building, provide space for a caretaker, but round out the ability to interpret the house. And of course, on the right, we have the museum annex building completed, begun in 1927, designed by Sullivan Jones, also state architect at that time, as we'll see in a moment. And as portrayed, hopefully, in the documentation, this became the centerpiece, really, of the state celebration, the sesquicentennial, the 150th anniversary of the Revolution. That building figured very prominently in that story. Looking at these three figures as sort of critical in our understanding of the commemorative period, the first, Marius Schoonmaker, really the first steward and custodian of this house, very well-known historian in Kingston, politician, one of the last occupants of the house. Fortunately, the documentation says towards the end he was a little embittered about how, he left the house and then nothing was happening with it. But he is the critical figure really early on in the house's history, helping to advocate for it, interpret it, and see that really it got its due, as well as collecting a pretty sizable amount of artifacts that would eventually be displayed in the house. The later history, the 1920s history, Alton Brooks Parker, himself a noted jurist, politician, ran unsuccessfully against Theodore Roosevelt in the 1904 presidential election. But really what's important in this context is his participation with the Senate House Association, an early friends group. It was Parker who basically left a legacy of about $10,000. He said, I want to build a fireproof room to put all these basic things I've collected that are relevant to the history of the state and Kingston and the burning, to build a repository basically for these. He dies. His cause is taken up by his widow, Amelia Campbell Parker, who very forcefully, I think, is able to persuade the state, push the right buttons, pull the right levers to see the construction of the museum building, which ultimately costs about $100,000, which then becomes really the centerpiece of the site and its interpretive program. So these are sort of the critical figures early in that, the commemorative period. Looking at the house itself, we've tried to add some expanded context of how it fits into basically, you know, New World Dutch architecture in the Hudson Valley, stone house construction. It's an intriguing building because we don't really know the extent to which it was damaged. There's stuff such as the brick wall in the rear, which is unusual. The brick being a stature material at that time. Why would you put that on the rear wall? So a lot of questions about it. Home of the Tenbrook and later the Van Gaspik family. They are the ones who were there when the Senate meets here in 1777. So we've added some of that history. And also the Senate House is a place of enslavement. Ulster County, one of the biggest slave-holding states in New York. 18th century, people like the Van Gaspik family, they are wealthy merchants, they are prospering, and we know that part of their success is certainly built on the backs of the people who they enslaved. So we've added context in that regard. Also, top right is the Senate room where they met on the south end of the house. And then the museum building, I get a kick out of. I don't think Al Smith would like to be called His Excellency. Phil, you would probably agree there. Just funny to see it phrased. But obviously the state made this huge commitment to developing the site, to see that when we started to celebrate the events, particularly 1777, such a critical year in the revolution in New York State, that this building would be sort of the backdrop, the centerpiece of those celebrations. And not only that, it allowed for the complete expansion of this collection from the original vision of Parker as a single fireproof room into a full museum facility where art could be displayed, artifacts could be, you know, put there. We have art by Vanderlyn, other great Hudson Valley artists. So really, this is what brought the site up to the capacity we have today. So not only sort of a backdrop for those commemorative activities, but really a critical building to how we use this site, you know, second only to Washington's headquarters. Just, you know, a great legacy here. It was great to tell the story and sort of try to bring all these various, you know, pieces together and provide a full sort of view of the property. And that is the Senate House in 5 minutes or 7.
5 minutes or less. Well played. Questions or comments from the board?
I have a comment. I just want to thank you, Bill, for that clarification at the beginning of your speech, because I was looking at this and I'm going, this has never been when I started reading through all this paperwork. So
Maybe it'd be the last one, we hope.
so thank you very much for that clarification. It really made it all come better for me. Thank you.
Well, it should be the last with the amount of work that went into it. It's fantastic. Statewide recognition?
Statewide.
Was it for the first time, or was it always
It
recognized?
was state, I think, for
Always
the
state.
government association.
Excellent treatment of the Native American history. So well done. Other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion?
Great job overall. I'll make
Erica, I'm
Erica.
going to give it to Erica at her last meeting, and I will give Erica and Wint.
And
And
Wint.
there's a reason I'd like to
Please,
make it.
please.
Ulster County stone houses are marvelous. And in my family back before I was born,
Okay.
so historically older than me, my grandparents owned Ulster County Stone House, a little further away, not quite in Kingston, more in the town of Shango. So
Nice.
I feel a connection to it, so.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Motion carries. Daniel?
Yes. I just want to note this site, the grant that included the requirement for a state match, by which Bill's work is the state match, a portion of the state match meets the state match requirements, includes most of the federal grant is going towards reconstruction and repairs to the museum and to the house itself, matched by agency New York Works funding. So it's a bigger budget than just the $750,000 received from the Park Service. We were certainly very glad to extend our state funding with the national award. The site will reopen. We'll have an official ribbon cutting at the end of May. We will make sure the State Review Board has an invitation to that. The latest reports are that the exhibits team at Peebles Island has really pretty much completed their install of new exhibits and upgrades. The next phase of investment at this site is planned to be a carefully integrated tower that will provide ADA access to the second floor and create ADA accessible bathrooms. These are arguably the worst bathrooms in the system. You have to step down off the first floor plate to a lower level and then step up several steps back into the restrooms. It is a challenge, even for fully abled folks. So we're looking forward to really achieving those upgrades within the next 2 years as well.
That's in the museum building?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you. Moving to Poughkeepsie.
Good morning.
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 We are moving now to Wappinger Falls in Dutchess County. All right, so the Grinnell Satterley House, a little short, so let's fix that, is located in the village of Wappinger Falls in Dutchess County. It is eligible for listing on the state and national registers of historic places under criterion C as a distinguished example of a cottage designed in an eclectic expression of the Gothic Revival style with transitional Queen Anne elements. The period of significance reflects the home's approximate date of construction, circa 1864, and subsequent expansion in 1882. The nomination also lists 12 non-contributing resources, all of which were either constructed in the early to mid 20th century and or do not retain any architectural significance. So the Grinnell Satterley House rests on a narrow peninsula where the Wappinger Creek empties into the Hudson River near a landing at New Hamburg. With its proximity to the Hudson River and historic direct access to the Hudson River Railroad, this area developed with a series of country seats by wealthy New Yorkers. The Grinnell Satterley House is the only extant building once associated with its former estate, known as Netherwood, shown up here. The cottage was first acquired by shipping magnate and expert yachtsman Irving Grinnell and his wife Joanna Howland in 1864. It's unknown whether the home existed at the time the Grinnells purchased the property, but the earliest depiction of it is on a map dated 1867. It was designed in a picturesque Gothic Revival style, reflecting the Romantic era's influence on domestic and landscape architecture of the period. It conforms to the idea of a cottage, a small, modest dwelling with a rectilinear plan, in contrast to that of a more fully elaborated villa with asymmetrical massing and plan and a progressive architectural program. In 1867, at the behest of Irving Grinnell, Reverend Henry Yates Satterley and his family moved into the cottage. Reverend Satterley was the assistant rector at the church that Grinnell attended, the Zion Church in Wappingers Falls. The Satterleys were given permission to enlarge the house, which they did in 1882 with the two-story wing on the west side of the house, designed to be complementary to the original cottage. The wide central gabled dormer in the roof of the original section, shingled in the renovation, was offset with a gabled oriel in the addition, and a wraparound veranda was built across the front and side of the original section. Distinctive spaces were crafted on the interior, including a grand entry and a staircase, a library, and a drawing room. Many of the elements of the 1882 design evinced an enduring Gothic sensibility, one that had become eclectic and idiosyncratic. Consequently, the house illustrates the transition of the Gothic Revival into the more modern Queen Anne movement at the turn of the 20th century. As the only extant building once attached to the Netherwood estate, the residence represents a period of Hudson Valley's architectural history, wherein ornate hilltop estates owned by wealthy industrialists were once common, but have since been lost to time. Despite subsequent owners and a brief stint as a coeducational summer camp, during the mid to late 20th century, the Grinnell Satterley House has been preserved to reflect its late 19th century construction and design.
Questions?
I have a question.
I do too, but go first.
Okay.
I wanted to ask more about the contributing structures because
Yeah.
by age, they are eligible, many of them.
Mhm.
And the nomination says due to age, they're non-contributing. So is it that the story isn't there? Were they significantly altered so they don't reflect the 1930s, 50s? I just couldn't
Yeah,
briefly
exactly.
I was just curious about why.
Exactly. They were constructed during the time when it was a summer camp, and they don't retain any kind of architectural integrity or kind of relationship back to its time period as a summer camp, which only happened for about a period of 20 years. So we chose to focus on the architecture C within the period of significance of its first construction and then the addition of that second part of the home.
So you need criterion A to draw that in.
Yeah, we would, or significant architectural integrity of those mid 20th century buildings, which we just don't have.
And what is ice yachting?
Idiosyncratic, or
What is ice yachting?
you know what? I would have to look that.
I mean, do they put
Ice yachting.
ice yachting?
Yeah.
I can answer that.
I think Wint can answer that. Yeah.
Ice yacht.
Yes, it's the ice boats of that period, that is to say, late 19th century, early 20th, basically are a sloop design, but instead of a hull, it's a cruciform, a runner plank and a backbone, and 3 contacts on the ice.
Like ice skates.
Exactly. The skates on either end of the runner plank, and then the skate at the back end, instead of a rudder, is another third skate, and is controlled by a tiller. And you just lie on a shelf, sometimes a velvet tufted cushion, and go like hell. It's the fastest man ever traveled before the advent of the airplane.
Fastest man that humans ever traveled.
You can go much faster than the wind.
Like how fast?
100 miles an hour.
Yep.
80 miles an hour.
seems
You can go
dangerous.
faster than the locomotives on the New York Central.
Do you crash?
Yes, sometimes it's fatal, but that's part of the
So
fun.
people die doing it.
Yes, well, we try not to, because we mostly want to protect the boat. from
Right,
being
The crew is
broken up.
expendable. Fantastic.
And then as a form, I mean, and this was not just a millionaire's sport. It was,
It sounds like
anybody could do it if they
Yes.
build their own boat, and the frozen Hudson River belonged to everybody. But what happened was skiing was discovered.
Oh.
Florida was discovered. The whole thing went away about the time of World War I, and then slowly has been rediscovered, and the boats have been found in barns, and it's coming back just as global warming
Yes.
knocks it all.
Keeps the Hudson River from ever freezing again.
Not this one.
And Irving Grinnell was a central figure in this. Every season commissioning new and faster and better boats.
Wow, fantastic.
FDR cared a lot about this and his family.
Good to know. Thank you.
Doug, to note that Frederick Church's ice boat is in our collection at Peebles Island State Park.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I'll make a motion.
Doug.
I have a second.
This is Heather. I'll second it.
Too late.
Wint got it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
All right, now on to Ulster County.
We're having too much.
The Benares, the Damaris Bernard House is located in the hamlet of Highland in Ulster County. It is eligible for listing on the state and national registers of historic places under criterion C as a distinctive example of 18th century stone house architecture in Ulster County, with a later circa 1835 addition and a circa 1960 colonial revival renovation. The period of significance reflects the home's initial date of construction and subsequent modifications. The Damaris Bernard House was built for David Damaris circa 1798 using materials and methods rooted in the Ulster County stonehouse tradition, with an outward appearance and interior plan referencing the domestic architecture of Bergen County, New Jersey, from which he came. In contrast to typical Ulster County stonemasonry, which was randomly coursed using stones of various sizes, Damaris House had a pronounced ashlar pattern on the facade in a New Jersey fashion. The original section of the home was built as a 1.5-story house with a 3-bay facade and an off-center entrance. The interior was compact and planned with 2 rooms, a front parlor, and a rear common room, aligned front to back on one side with an entry and passage on the other. A small kitchen wing was engaged to the end of the house, connecting to the rear room in the plan. A one-story two-bay stone wing was added to the west end of the house circa 1835 when David Demarest's daughter and son-in-law, David L. Bernard, began sharing the house with Demarest. Two windows on the front of the addition created a symmetrical 5-bay facade with a center entrance, and the interior contained 2 rooms front to back, matching those on the original side. A small kitchen to the rear of the addition was built during this time but has since been removed. The 2 sections were of different heights to preserve the outward integrity of the original house and indicate a division of households within. The last major addition occurred in 2009, which is not included in the above plan, with the construction of a 1.5-story wood frame addition with a gable roof and dormers designed to be compatible with the proportions of the 18th and 19th century sections of the home. In 1959, the home was sold to a New Jersey physician, Edward F. Greninger, for use as a summer home. With the assistance of local tradesmen, Edward restored the home, then in poor condition, with colonial revival style modifications. The colonial revival captured the popular imagination following its introduction during the celebration of the centennial of the American Republic. It was developed in reaction to emerging aspects of modern life, such as industrialization, immigration, and social change, and served to return to a romanticized version of the past, often at the expense of social progress. Some of those enthralled with the colonial revival style viewed the Hudson Valley as an idealistic refuge from New York City, especially to those who aligned themselves with the more Eurocentric history of the region. Edward aimed to restore his historic house without modernization other than for, quote, comfortable living, unquote. Starting with the exterior, Edward repaired the stone masonry, either repaired or replaced in kind the historic windows, and rebuilt the front entryway porch. A porch fronting the recessed facade of the kitchen wing was enclosed, and a deep covered veranda was constructed on the rear elevation. More extensive work was performed on the interior to conform to Edward's idea of, quote, comfortable living, unquote. The main floor contains a center hall flanked by 2 rooms on each side. The entry and stairs occupying the front of the hall and a small chamber in the rear were preserved, although the chamber was made into a bedroom. The partitions dividing the flanking pairs of rooms were removed on both sides, creating larger and more comfortable spaces, and were finished with robust formal woodwork. The Demarest Bernard House has been sustained in its circa 1960 condition, retaining significant features from all stages of its development. As such, it remains a distinct example of Ulster County stonehouse architecture and represents the transitional nature of residential architecture to accommodate the evolving needs of its residents throughout time.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion.
Heather?
Heather? Kristen seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? There being none, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Shall we go to Warren County? Do we know if lunch is here?
Not yet.
Lunch just arrived.
Oh, it just arrived.
All right. You want to do these 2 and then break?
Yes, that sounds good.
Awesome.
Yeah, this won't take very long.
Cool.
All right, we're going to start with the Church of St. Sacrament, and it's being nominated for listing in the National Register of Historic Places under Criterion C for its Gothic Revival ecclesiastical architecture. The church was built between 1867 and 69 and designed by Reverend Robert Fulton Creary, who was also the architect of Episcopal churches in Lake George Village and Schuylerville. These designs are influenced by the work of Richard Upjohn and may have referenced the 1852 book, Upjohn's Rural Architecture. The church's imposing stone walls and slate roof reference English country chapels in the Episcopal tradition. The period of significance starts with the construction of the church, 1867-69, and then includes the addition of a sacristy in 1904 and a bell tower that was moved to its current location in 1934. The property also meets criterion consideration A, owned by religious institution and used for religious purposes. I will also note, because there has been confusion amongst many, many people, that the nomination includes 2 spellings of sacrament. And historic to the church. When the church was established, sacrament was spelled with an A. in the French style after the historic Lake de Saint-Sacrement. And then and that's why we're using that as its historic name for the nomination with the spelling with A. In 1915, the church changed the spelling of their name and included and spelled sacrament with an E. So it's spelled both ways.
Reversed.
All right. The church was designed to complement Millionaire's Row between Lake George Village and Bolton Landing on the west side of Lake George. At the time of the church's construction, wealthy urbanites were already flocking to Lake George in the summers, and this stretch of shoreline became one of the most desirable vacation spots among the nation's upper class. The church was built on a hill overlooking Lake George, immediately south of downtown Bolton Landing. Visitors from the south cannot miss it as they drive into town on Lakeshore Drive. The property includes the contributing church, a carriage house built at the same time, the 1901 bell tower, which was moved to the north side of the church in 1934, and then a non-contributing columbarium and a rectory that are less than 50 years old. The church was designed by the Reverend Robert Fulton Crary, who came to the area in the early 1860s to serve 3 Episcopal congregations. Reverend Crary was not trained as an architect, but he was a skilled artist and painter whose work was shown at the National Academy of Design. Crary was best known for designing St. James Church in Lake George Village. The design of St. Sacrament is an expression of Gothic revival rooted in medieval English Gothic church precedents, and it was built by local labor using granite fieldstone quarried nearby. Reverend Crary was influenced by reform-minded ecclesiastical movement in which the characteristic Protestant meeting house form, typically of the Wren-Gibbs type, was eschewed by Episcopal churches. Instead, Episcopalians leaned into more fully developed Gothic designs derived from specific English architectural examples. At the time St. Sacrament was built, many design elements had emerged as patent features of Episcopal church architecture, most notably the articulation between the sanctuary and the chancel, both covered by steeply pitched roofs, the offset entrance porch, and on the interior, the exposed scissor truss roof frame. Crary's design of the Church of St. Sacrament differs only slightly from St. James Church in Lake George Village, which you can see on the right. St. James placed the bell tower above the entrance porch of the church, while St. Sacrament kept their bell tower as a freestanding structure. But their shared use of stone and interior exposed scissor truss roof are all features advocated by the proponents of the Episcopal ecclesiastical movement in this period. The interior of the church continues the Gothic revival style applied with restraint. The 1,800-foot church includes a side vestibule opening into a sanctuary with a 23-foot high ceiling and aforementioned exposed wood truss ceiling. Recessed within the plaster walls are stained glass Gothic windows measuring 5 feet high, and although these fenestrations are original, they have largely replaced the church's original glass windows. The west wall included a rounded triangular stained glass window facing down the sanctuary towards the altar. The chancel extends from the east end of the sanctuary and features more recessed Gothic stained glass windows, including one in Tiffany style. An original 1869 baptismal font is to the right of the chancel, and to the left are 2 arched doors leading to the sacristy rooms, one original and the other added in 1904. The Church of St. Sacrament retains a remarkable degree of integrity for a building that has been in continuous use as a church for nearly 160 years and is an outstanding example of Gothic revival ecclesiastic building in the Southern Adirondacks. This is an honorary nomination researched and written by Linda Bennett and myself. We have 1 letter of support from Assemblyman Matthew Simpson. And are there any questions?
Questions from the board?
I say thank you. This is a sweet little church, and I appreciate you guys taking another look at the period of significance.
Thanks for bringing that to my notice, Jen.
Please.
Where is the columbarium?
It is I'm not sure if in any of these pictures it shows it. I'm sorry if it doesn't. In the left picture, it is to the left.
But is it attached?
No, it's actually a garden, in a garden
It's just a
style.
garden,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, and there's some stone walls, and that's where they have the recesses in the stone walls. Is it in one of the first pictures? Oh, there,
Yeah, there it is.
there it is. That's where you can see it, yeah.
It's nice that the dedication of the congregation comes through in this nomination. Motion to approve? Wint? Do I have a
I'll second.
Jennifer. Oh, okay, Felicia.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
All right, thank you. Next, we go to Otsego County. And this is the DeVillers Cope Mills Historic District. It's located in the town of New Lisbon, Otsego County. I don't know if your agendas still show it as, at one time it was called the Myers Mills Historic District, but that name was changed to more appropriately showcase its historic ownership. And I'll talk a little bit about that as well. The district is being nominated under Criterion A in the area of settlement as representation of how one land speculator and his land agent established amenities to draw settlers to the newly surveyed lands in central New York in the mid-1780s. Settlers wanted not only good roads to move produce to market, but also mills to grind grain and prepare lumber, making this site an important incentive among the broad array of lands offered at the time. This mill seat on Butternut Creek was developed in 1786 to 87 by Louis de Villers, agent for landowner James de Chamont. Both landowner and agent were French emigres. De Chamont's father aided the American delegation seeking French support during the War of Independence, and the younger de Chamont arrived in the new United States in 1785 and joined the frenzy of land speculators in central and northern New York. The lands of several loyalist owners in the former 100,000-acre Otsego patent were available, and de Chamont bought 2,500-acre tract, now in the town of New Lisbon. And this 1840 survey map on the left shows a portion of his tract, and you can still see his name there. They dropped the D, that part of it. What de Villers, the agent, established on Butternut Creek was a grist mill and a sawmill to attract early settlers. New Lisbon was settled overwhelmingly by Connecticut outmigrants who were looking for new land to develop and farm, and favored places with essential amenities like good roads and established mills to process the grain and lumber. The de Villers Cope Mills encompasses 3 parcels of land totaling 16 acres. The first parcel flanks the stream and includes the grist mill, which you see here on the left, built in 1786, and the stone-built remains of the water supply to a fulling mill that was built circa 1816, and that's in the right, on the west bank of the creek. The fulling mill was established by John Cope, the second owner of the mill seat after de Villers. Following the end of the War of 1812, Cope added a carding machine and a fulling mill northwest of the grist mill. While the building is long gone, the water supply system to wash and finish woolen cloth survives. This stone-lined channel retains at least 2 low dams forming holding tanks that allowed control of water flowing to the fulling mill. The processing of fiber and cloth manufacturers such as carding and fulling were encouraged by the federal government to stop the dependence on British mills. Entrepreneurs opened water-powered carding machines, cotton and woolen factories, and fulling mills on streams throughout Otsego County. On the east bank of the creek is the dried-laid stone foundation of the sawmill built 1786 to 87. That's in the left image. And the lower portion of the head race for the mills, which parallels the east bank of the creek. The head race meets the main course of the creek just upstream of the sawmill foundation. And the site of the mill dam, which was removed in 1948, is directly north of the current bridge in the right image, carrying Myers Mills Road over Butternut Creek. The second and third parcels each contain a residence and a barn. Both residences are situated on the east side of Butternut Creek and were associated with those who worked the mills over the years. Both residences were built around 1800, and each has a barn from the early 20th century. This mill seat is an unusual survivor from the settlement period in central New York. The sturdy construction of the mills and mill structures, the dam, pond, and race system enhanced the value of the surrounding lands. Settlers could have lumber sawn and grain processed near their farmsteads, and with those essentials in place, they could turn to the young nation's efforts to reduce their dependence on the British cloth imports by manufacturing their own. The grist, saw, and combined carding and fulling operations continued serving local clients for about 40 years. They allowed subsequent generations to go beyond the basic operations of opening and establishing farmsteads to exporting the products of their community. This historic district was sponsored by the homeowners in the historic district, and the nomination was written by Jesse Ravage. I have one of the homeowners on the line, Robert Ramirez, if you'd like to say any words. Robert, are you there? Is there a connection? Go ahead, Robert. You can say a few words about this.
Hello.
Hi, Robert. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I couldn't tell if I was muted or unmuted. Yeah, I think it's a beautifully historic place that I've been reviving. Who I really want to speak on behalf of is my neighbor, Brian, who's the town supervisor of New Lisbon now, who has actually been a part of this hollow his entire life. As a kid, he was friends with Walter Gregg, who owned the house back in the day. All this to say is that what's beautiful about watching what Brian and Amy are doing is they are making natural maple syrup. They are utilizing the land hundreds of years later. It's still being utilized the same way. And he's such a purist and a conservationist, and he cares so much about the history of the land, and he has so much respect for the land and these structures that were built, that to have a steward such as himself honoring this land and to be able to follow in his steps as my wife and I settle in here, we are very much looking forward to restoring it and maintaining it and making sure that it sticks around for hundreds of more years. As crazy as that may sound, we are devoted to putting all the time and effort and love into this place. And yeah, grateful for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. That's fantastic.
Thank you. Any questions?
Question or comments from the board?
Just a comment,
Please.
excellent balancing of like the settlement and
Yeah.
industrial history on here. You win the Grizzly nomination award for the quarter. Very interesting, sad little article there about the death at the mill. But you also win the Dogs and Pictures Award, which
Dogs and
we
Pictures
sadly
Award.
did not put any of
100%.
those in the nomination.
Sorry, I didn't. I could have, just for the fun of it. There was a great picture of a dog in the street.
Yeah, two pictures of a dog.
Yeah.
Does the dog go with the property or with the photographer?
I don't know.
Great to hear about a town supervisor.
Yeah.
Who's committed to this sort of thing. We can only hope that more and more of them. New York.
I can't help but ask if there was ever any consideration of criterion D, just because there's some ruins.
That is,
Very complicating, I recognize.
yes, it is complicated, and we would have to have some test pits.
Understood.
Yeah.
And the one last comment I have is Jesse Ravage's sketch map is just super, super helpful.
Yeah, she does those by hand.
There's nothing like it. It's fantastic. Yeah, unbelievable.
This is my county, and there were so many of these mills in Otsego County, and they're throughout the history, throughout the atlases, and they're gone. I mean, there's Hanford Mills, which is not, it's near Otsego County, but it's a museum complex, but there aren't very many of these mills left, so this is an important nomination.
You want to move?
I'll make the motion to support it.
Can I have a second? Ruth? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? There being none, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
So we'll break for lunch. Let's keep it brief and get back to this as soon as we possibly can, so no talking. We'll call the meeting back to order, and you can begin.
Okay, I just have to swallow a couple
Yeah, yeah,
times. I'm
take
just
your
about ready. No,
Water
just
or
kidding.
something?
I have 4 nominations and I really love all of them, so pardon my enthusiasm. The first one is the Ignatius Feisinger House. It's located on the east side of Syracuse. And this is one of the only surviving, maybe the only surviving residence representing Syracuse's earliest suburban growth on the city's east side, which occurred in the 1870s, made possible by the extension of rail and streetcar lines. The house was built in 1873 by carpenter Ignatius Feisinger, a German immigrant and a member of the city's largest immigrant group in that period. And Feisinger most likely built other houses in the neighborhood as well, but none of them survive. This building both embodies Feisinger's skill as a builder and documents the settlement patterns of Syracuse's immigrant, working, and middle-class communities. The 2-story brick Italianate style residence combines a modest size and scale with a popular architectural style and well-crafted details. The Italianate was among the city's most popular domestic idioms of the era, and its basic character is represented here by a rectangular form, flat roof, bracketed cornice, and stone lintels and sills. On the interior, the house retains a side hall plan, plaster walls and ceilings with medallions, marbleized slate and wood mantels, and rare surviving decorative stenciling in the hall. The house also illustrates the neighborhood's social character, providing both an owner-occupied residence for immigrant craftsmen and later a steady source of rental housing for immigrant families. This bird's eye view shows the neighborhood in 1873. The house is circled. You see the railroad in front of it and then the canal further to the left. In 1904, Delia Feisinger sold the property, marking the end of the family's ownership. Over the next several decades, the house was converted for use as 2 flats and was occupied by successive working and immigrant families, as the neighborhood around the house underwent a transition from single and 2-family dwellings to higher density residential and mixed-use development. The closure and filling of the Erie Canal between 1918 and 1923 led to the creation of Erie Boulevard in its place and spurred industrial development in the neighborhood. In the period after World War II, this neighborhood underwent profound transformation, was subject to redlining and discriminatory housing practices, became the heart of the city's Black community, and was eventually looked upon by city government as a slum. In 1964, urban renewal arrived, calling for widespread clearance and redevelopment, including the block of East Washington where the Feisinger House was located, and the house was proposed for demolition. Beginning in 1972, Kennedy Square, a 25-building apartment complex for low and moderate income tenants, was constructed directly across from the Feisinger House, and this portion of East Washington Street was abandoned. The Feisinger House, however, narrowly escaped demolition. It was saved through the efforts of preservationists Ian Nitsky and Walda Metcalf. And I have a very interesting story about them because I discovered the letter that they wrote to the Urban Renewal Agency requesting permission to buy the house. They explained that they had long been interested in the restoration of old houses for more than a decade. Walda worked on architecture worth saving in Onondaga County and landmarks of Rochester and vicinity. Ian restored a farmhouse and done other projects. He was then enrolled in a course taught by Dennis Connors, who some of you will remember, called Recycling Architecture. They had learned of the demolition of the house and thought it had excellent potential for restoration and reuse. They wanted to save it and make it their own home. They understood and respected the massive restoration that it entailed, and they wanted to do most of the work themselves, which they did over the next 14 years with loans and grants. They uncovered features and finishes. And their actions really can be seen paralleling the broad preservation movement galvanized by the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966. And I've just learned that he's still around, and Kate Atwater says he attends some of the preservation conferences, and I hope that maybe I'll meet him in Cooperstown. Saving this house was considered a symbolic win locally because 75% of the population of this ward was displaced during the urban renewal period. The house was threatened again in the late 1980s by plans for an office complex that was going to surround it on 3 sides. That threat prompted the owners to seek local designation, which they received. However, they gave up and sold the house because they'd had enough. The complex failed and wasn't built. But then in 2013, the Kennedy apartments themselves were demolished, leaving the Feisinger house alone, fronting a paper street amid urban emptiness, as you see it today. And there it sat for another dozen years until the current tax credit project, which calls for it to serve as the office and tenant lounge for a new 5-story apartment building that will include some affordable housing. Really a sad sight right there. As the only surviving building from its time and neighborhood, the Feisinger house offers a rare glimpse of the development that first extended Syracuse's residential footprint beyond its canal-centered downtown. Its modest scale and simplified detailing also illustrate how immigrant craftspersons adopted a popular style to meet the economic realities of working-class households. Its layered history of immigrant ownership, neighborhood decline, and survival also link it directly to broad patterns of immigration, neighborhood transformation, and preservation activism that shaped Syracuse from the 19th century through the modern era. The Syracuse Preservation Board is extremely happy about this nomination and has sent us an enthusiastic letter. We also got a letter of support from the new mayor. This is a tax credit project with an approved PDIL, and the nomination was prepared by consultant Andy Robley. And Andy, is Andy on the line?
I'm here.
Would you like to say anything more about it?
Sure. Thanks, Kath. I really appreciate that. I just am very happy to have landed this project because it's one of those houses that was just kind of mysterious for many years. It's a, as Kath said, it's on a paper street, kind of hidden behind trees, and most people don't even realize it's there. It's in the midst of this kind of, I won't call it an urban wasteland, but something close to that. Anyways, I just want to give credit to the developer, Norm Swanson, who is doing this project and intends to do a pretty simple restoration of the house. And we're really excited about it. So I'm really glad to see this one go through. Thank you.
Who has questions about this one?
Just real quick, there's an early reference in the form to EPDM rubber system.
I'm sorry.
There's an early reference in the form to something called an EPDM rubber system. What is that?
Andy, do you know what that is?
That's the roof.
Yeah, that is a rubber roofing system. It usually goes on a flat roof or a very low pitched roof.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. Ruth.
So it says in the form that in the late 1980s, they requested federal designation, but they were only granted, well, it said federal.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
They
All right.
requested and got local designation because they wanted to protect it before they sold it. They just kind of gave up, according to the
No, I
article.
understand, but I thought they were looking for federal designation and didn't
Got local.
get it for some reason.
Penny, does that answer any of your questions? I know you had some.
No, I think this is a lovely, house and nomination, and I think there's something to the architecture argument for sure. But I reached out to Kath previously. I don't buy the totality of the social history argument, the way it's framed.
Put the mic closer to you.
Yep. I think that the urban renewal and preservation history is very strong on this, but there's only 2 paragraphs of that in the nomination. So I think the social history argument would be better refocused on that. But connecting social history to broader immigration patterns and suburban development feels like a different argument than social history. It's not the history of a group or a movement in the way that urban renewal and preservation is. So it feels like social history is being applied too broadly to too many themes, the way it's structured.
I think we weren't really talking about suburban development, but as far as immigrant history, I thought Andy did a really good job on that. And I also would like to say that it is the sole surviving building of its immigrant neighborhood. And to me, that was compelling. And
would that not be like ethnic history or something else?
I'm sorry?
Would that not be a different area of significance?
Well, it's the social history of the neighborhood. You know, it's social history was encompassing the whole pattern of development, the survival of the house, the transformation of the neighborhood three times, the preservation, the grassroots preservation. After we spoke, I did more research and I found the report that the owners had, which I thought was very informative, where they had written to the Urban Renewal Agency why they wanted to develop it, which I thought really did speak to preservation at that time. And I'll add that to the nomination. I thought it was strong enough. We got an approval from NPS for the PDIL. They didn't bring it up, but
I just think it's tricky to throw multiple arguments into social history and to
well, what else
say
would
these,
you call
these
it?
two families
What else would you
represent
call it?
immigrant history for an entire neighborhood, where that might be more appropriate in a district context than an individual nomination. I know that's not possible in this case due to the urban renewal history, which is, I think, again, the stronger case for why this building is here and why it's important in the local context.
Andy, do you have any more research that you might add to enlighten this discussion?
I might. I don't have it at hand or off the top of my head right now, but I'm happy to circle back with you, Kath, and go over it.
Okay. Anyone else agree or not agree?
I just want to affirm that Ian Nitschke is very definitely still in the business, and he lives in the vicinity of the city of Hudson. I see him from time to time, and I'm delighted to know about this earlier chapter in his life.
Kate said every time she sees him, he says, "How's the house?" So I was like, hope to meet him.
All right, so do we have a motion? Ruth, do I have a second?
I'll make the second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained?
I'd like to see some changes to the argument
Okay,
before I
can you,
can support it.
It sounded like Andy Robley was going to
Yeah.
go back and address, and maybe we can share your thoughts
okay,
with that in mind, and he'll revisit.
You're
So-
abstaining? Do we have a quorum?
We do,
Yeah.
but I think clarification of the
clarification is
resolution.
requested and noted.
Yeah,
Excellent,
okay, to
thank you.
revisit
I'm going to
the
add
arguments.
more.
Yeah,
I don't know
we're
if
just
there's any-
clarifying. We're good.
People think there's enough or not think there's enough? I've heard from Jenny, but what about the rest of you?
Well,
I will say that I understand Jenny's argument. I tend to feel that so much of the National Trust is really about very well documented architect designed and built properties, and that there is a lot less information on pieces on architecture, generic architecture like this, and neighborhoods like this, and they tend to get short shrift because there's so little information. So I really think that's a weakness in the legislation. And I mean, I've been taking notes all day and that are going to be part of my talk at the conference.
Fantastic.
But I feel strongly that the way the legislation is written really excludes a lot of people intentionally, perhaps, or maybe not intentionally, but it does exclude a lot of buildings and places that are important and important to neighborhoods from getting onto the register. So I support this.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand exactly what Jenny is saying, but there was no question when I read the nomination that the building's eligible. So I didn't have the same issues.
I don't disagree, it's eligible. It's just
Yeah.
how we're structuring the.
Exactly.
argument.
Got it.
Yeah, it's an important distinction. Please.
Hi, how's that? It's Felicia Mayrow. I just wanted to add, what I liked about this was not just the story of the building, but the lot and how it figured into the whole city, which I thought you did really well. I see what Jenny is saying, and it's interesting because when I look at my notes, the things that I was sort of really jumped out at me, where's the history during urban renewal and the preservation history? And I actually had asked if there was more information. So adding that information on that period of the preservation efforts would be helpful.
Yeah.
I had a chance to do a little more yet.
Yeah, but I think, but where it fits to what Gretchen was saying, as far as that social, yeah, you've made me think about what social history really means.
Yeah.
So thank
Right.
you.
Good.
You know,
Good.
It's a tricky category.
yeah.
Some of the reviewers in Washington hate it. Our previous reviewer hated, two reviewers ago, she hated it. She didn't want it used at all. The last reviewer liked it, wanted it used, because it's a really kind of an ambiguous thing. It's not as easy as like engineering.
It's not a tricky category. I mean, we know what social history is, right? We know what's important. We've decided that certain things are important and other things are not important. I don't see it as tricky or difficult. I see it as truth-telling.
And I think
okay.
it's a distinction between how we as historians talk about social history as like the historical movement, and then the Park Service has these very narrow categories and what fits into what, and it's being a little particular. Yeah.
Are there any other buildings that are on the canal, or it's right on the railroad, right? It's right
It's
on
right in front of the railroad, was in front of the railroad tracks. Now it's not even on a street. I mean, if
Right.
you go back, look,
Right,
that's
it's not-
Washington, see East Washington, it's a paper street. When I was looking up you have to look up the congressional representatives, it kept saying no representative because there was no address. I mean, I put the address in, but it kept saying no representative for this area. So I had to pick like an address on the cross street.
And were the original occupants railroad? That wasn't,
Or what?
were the original occupants people who worked on the railroad?
Well, no, he was a carpenter.
Oh, he was a carpenter, okay. Oh, that's right, yeah.
Okay, so we've had a vote. I just want to clarify what Jennifer's vote was. Abstain? In favor?
It can be in favor as long as there's some amendment.
In favor with
Can you
stipulations that
define
we've
her-
voiced and we've all agreed to.
I would like for Jennifer
Right.
to define her.
I can support the
resolution.
nomination
What do you want done, in
Uh,
terms of the
if-
resolution for this?
with some additional attention to the criterion A argument, particularly with some additional.
Andy and I will put our heads together on that.
renewal And the preservation movement.
Thank
I
you.
think that's the strong part of the argument.
And that's
So what you're saying is that the people are not important. What's important is where it fits into preservation.
The history of the neighborhood and how this was developed and the people who lived there are all important. We're making a strong argument about social history. I don't see it including 4 or 5 different contexts within that argument. What is the strong argument to make?
what is the strongest social history argument to make?
Right, not like a little bit of 4 arguments.
Right.
Not that that history shouldn't be in the nomination.
Okay, I got it. And I will talk to Roger Reed as well because he's helping Sherry review nominations. So he already reviewed the PDIL, so we'll see what he says.
Yeah, let's
Okay,
moving along.
you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Number 7.
Second project in Syracuse is the Coughlin Brothers, Babson Brothers Factory. It's a 4-story industrial building with an associated Quonset hut located on Syracuse's west side in the industrial neighborhood. And historically, this factory also benefited from its location near the city's major west side railroad corridor. We've seen some other factories in the railroad corridor.
over the past few years. The factory is significant under criterion A in the area of industry, under the context industrial boom and diversification, 1870, 1929, which was identified in the industrial resources of the city of Syracuse multiple property documentation form, which was listed in 2010. As defined in that MPDF, this building is an example of modest, flexible factory space that was used by diverse small industries, highlighting the rich industrial landscape of Syracuse in the first half of the 20th century. In this case, two important businesses were headquartered here sequentially, and each made significant contributions to the city's economy. The factory was built in 1927 by Coughlin Brothers Confectioners, founded in the 1890s by three sons of an Irish immigrant. The Coughlins produced a variety of sweets, including chocolate bars, hard candy, jelly beans, marshmallows, and salted peanuts, which was their first specialty. The increased demand for candy bars after World War I was fueled by advertisements like this one, touting sugar as a healthy energy building food. I think it's over there at the top of the food pyramid. A campaign that proved lucrative for the Coughlin brothers and led to construction of this building, which was the business's fifth location. A one-story addition was added in 1938. Unfortunately, the candy factory was done in by renewed wartime sugar rations during World War II, and it closed in 1942. However, the factory proved perfect for another small company, the Babson Brothers, fabricators of agricultural equipment. The Babson Brothers moved into the building almost immediately and used the open industrial space to produce small-scale machinery that mechanized the dairy industry. One of its most important products was the patented Surge milker machine shown here. In 1944, Babson Brothers built a Quonset hut on an adjacent lot for use as a sheet metal shop, connecting it to the main factory by two corridors, as you can see in this Sanborn map. The addition of a prefab building allowed Babson Brothers to expand operations quickly and economically. The company continued to manufacture its equipment in this location until 1963. After 1963, the main factory was considered for wholesale commercial use, and the Quonset hut is now a plumbing supply store. The factory is also significant in architecture as an example of an early 20th century factory reflecting a transitional phase in the evolution of industrial architecture. The brick building with wood plank floors is not a fully developed example of a daylight factory, a 20th century building type characterized by a fully integrated reinforced concrete structural system and large banks of multi-light windows. However, it has a number of elements that indicate that its builders were aware of contemporary advances in building technology. These include its presumed steel framing system, which can be discerned in some of the lintels, iron columns rather than the heavy timber posts more typical of mill construction, and most important, huge banks of multi-light steel sash windows that flood the interior with light. These features all reflect the evolution of industrial design to provide open, well-lit floor plans for maximum efficiency, an important goal of 20th century designers. The interior of the building illustrates this transformative period with a high degree of integrity, featuring a largely open plan, concrete first floor, wood floors above, painted iron columns, concrete stairs, and freight elevator and metal-clad fire doors. The Quonset hut, the 1944 Quonset hut, a popular post-war building type in a distinctive shape, offered the economic advantages of a quickly constructed, affordable, and functional addition to the main building. Both buildings continue to retain integrity as vernacular examples of 20th century building types used for small industries, many of which formed the backbone of Syracuse's economy in this period. The period of significance, 1927 through 1963, encompasses the full industrial history of the building. This is a tax credit project, and the nomination was prepared by EDR Consultants. It also has an approved PDIL, and we have letters of support from the CLG and the mayor. I don't think we have anybody from EDR, but do we have somebody from the project team? They were going to try to get somebody, but I guess not. But EDR prepared a good nomination.
Questions from the board?
Any questions about
How many
Andy?
Quonset huts are on the register?
What?
On the register.
Quonset
Quonset
huts.
hut.
I don't know. We thought about that, and we thought there must be another one somewhere. Does anybody, Bill Crattinger, do you remember? You put one on?
Good question.
We think there must be one, but we couldn't recall it. Dan, did you put one on? Where's Dan? Well,
He's gone.
He left.
maybe it's the first.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting to do my first trailer.
Okay, any other questions or a motion?
I just want to make a comment.
Please.
I just want to thank you for all the historical information about Syracuse. I've been going to Syracuse for a very, very long time, and my daughter went to college there. I did not know it was the salt.
Okay, well, you know what? I love covering Syracuse. I love working with the people there and learning about it. So
No, but I just wanna
Jonathan
thank
keeps
you.
trying to take it away from me, but I'm not going to give it to him.
But I really appreciate all of the time and effort that you, all of your staff and everybody does in putting in all that historical significance to these
Thank you,
properties.
thank you.
very much, because it's really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate that.
Heather, do you want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a
Just super
Kristen,
fast,
please.
I just Googled the Quonset hut question.
Go ahead.
So
Okay.
it's very, so apparently there are at least 17 in Rhode Island.
Whoa.
I didn't get the
Listed?
New York specific, but it's not the first Quonset hut ever.
No, I wasn't thinking it was the first
Oh,
one. I
sorry,
didn't know if it
New
was the
York
first
maybe.
one in well, I think that was Ruth's question, but I didn't think it was the first one ever, but I don't know if it's the first one in New York. We'll get back to you on that. Jonathan, you're on it. I'm signing you.
Can I have a
It's a
second?
naval station.
I'll
and
second
that's
it.
where that was.
All in
Jennifer
favor?
is seconding.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. Staying with small businesses, now we're in Troy. The Whalen Bottling Works is located in Troy's South Central neighborhood, a residential and industrial area just south of the Central Business District. Okay, this is 1 block north of the Poston Creek, an important stream that historically served as a source of hydropower power, and is directly across the street from the large round gas holder house, which you can see on the left, built in 1873 as a storage tank for the Troy Gaslight Company. The gas holder house, which is individually listed, is a rare and important example of its type. And I think there are only like 17 gas holder houses. We were looking it up for some other reason. And one of Troy's most distinctive industrial resources. There was also a freight depot just out of the picture, north of the gas holder house. And beyond that, the former tracks of the New York Central Railroad, which cut diagonally across South Troy. This historic mix of small business, small industries, and domestic buildings is very typical of this neighborhood. So orienting you to the site with the map on the right, there are 4 resources constructed between 1881 and 1898. They include the Brick Spring House up on the left in orange, facing Jefferson Street. The adjacent former machine shop and storage building, also facing Jefferson Street, in blue. There is a stable behind the machine shop, that would be in green. And then a garage in the lower left, I guess that would be mustard. And the interior space behind the 4 buildings is an open grassy lot. It served as a courtyard or wagon yard for the complex, which was fenced in and accessible from the 2 side streets. The Wagon Bottling Works is locally significant under Criterion A in the area of industry for its association with the production of mineral water and soft drinks in Troy. In the late 19th century, an abundance of springs throughout upstate New York led to a demand for mineral water as a commodity, and entrepreneurs capitalized on its availability to sell and bottle natural spring water, particularly to the upper classes, as we saw in Sam's presentation, but in the same period, clean drinking water in cities was not guaranteed and bottled water became an important industry in urban contexts. Dennis J. Whalen, an Irish immigrant, was a successful entrepreneur, plumber, and politician who served as mayor of Troy from 1886 to 1894. Before, during, and after his term of mayor, Whalen remained active in numerous small businesses, and by 1885, he had bought 3 lots on Jefferson Street from the Troy Gaslight Company that contained a natural spring and founded the D.J. Whalen Estate, which bottled mineral water, some soft drinks, and for a brief period in the early 20th century, Weiss beer. Whalen organized a robust delivery service for the products produced here and supplied beverages directly to businesses and consumers throughout Troy and the surrounding region. The business model for many of these small bottlers was key to a system of pickup, delivery, and reuse, and Whalen's diminutive industrial landscape illustrated that process. Okay, so the spring was located in the southeast corner of the basement of this building, the 1881 brick spring house. And bottling occurred on the first floor, shown on the left, which was undivided, and the business offices were on the second floor, which is shown on the right. The storefront was for the benefit of walk-in customers, and there was and still is a loading dock on the west side street elevation where you could return bottles. And this Sanborn shows the little plant in 1885, the spring house on the upper left, the stable and garage behind it, and at that time, 3 small wooden sheds between them created the enclosed courtyard. And this is a current picture of the stable. Among Whalen's other industries was the Micrometer Balance Scale Company, which sold a patented weighting device. And in 1898, he built this brick factory adjacent to the spring house. They're abutting on the facade and connected, but they were in the back, they're actually separated by a narrow alley. Both Whalen and his son, who took over after his father's death, carried out some of their other businesses either in these buildings or on this site, and they ranged from selling plumbing supplies to selling and repairing automobiles. After World War II, when the Micrometer Company ceased operation, the factory was absorbed into the bottling company and used as storage for bottles and other materials, and it remains intact with large open spaces on the interior. Here is the complex as fully developed in 1904. The small sheds have been replaced by larger wagon sheds to meet the need first for larger wagons and then later in time for motor vehicles. Unfortunately, they were demolished within the last 50 years, but the space retains the enclosed feel of a courtyard. The surviving other buildings remain fully intact and functionally legible, illustrating the entire process of a small-scale bottling plant, distribution center, and manufacturing. And our tax credit project is the spring house on the end. Whalen Bottling operated for over 70 years, satisfying the need for primarily non-alcoholic bottled beverages through Prohibition and on into the 20th century, when the rise of nationally distributed beverages in single-use containers reduced the demand and upset the business model. The Whalen Bottling Works embodies the full history of this small yet successful enterprise and represents the many small yet important industries that supported this neighborhood. Again, we have the approved tax credit project with an approved PDIL. I think it's almost done. That's why you saw the spaces looking so nice. It's a small business studio and offices. And the nomination was prepared by Joey Dugan of Preservation Studios, and I don't think Joey is on the call, but do you have any questions?
Is the spring still there?
Yeah. It's covered. This is covered with a board.
And it doesn't like flow, it just.
I think so. I will have to get more.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know how the water is discharged from the building. And
Yeah.
it would've been nice to
It
have
says it's covered. We don't have anybody from Preservation Studios, do we? No. Okay. I will. This is around the corner from my house. I'll go like break in.
Send me a picture.
Like contemporary art question. So are all of these under the same ownership now?
No.
Okay, so there's no immediate
Two
threat to
owners.
Flower Scout over there.
One owner owns the spring house and another owner owns the three. Yeah, that's Flower Scout.
Yeah.
The Trojans will know it as Flower Scout. On the left, I think we've encouraged them to do a tax credit project if they want. And they
Just didn't want her to get pushed out or something
Yeah.
by a project.
no, we're not pushing flower. No, nobody's displacing
We aren't.
Flower Scout.
Any other questions?
Then one of the buildings is converted into a residence, and I think Flower Scout owns the stable.
Kath, please don't drink the water. I know you're going to want to make inquiries, but stay away from the water.
Okay.
So in the first photo, there was a picture, there's a big sign that says, it's a state park sign. That is because they have.
That's for our tax credit project.
That's for your tax credit project. It's the first time I've seen that on a building.
Yeah, I think this is almost completed. I've been keeping my eye on it, I have to say.
I make a motion.
I've always loved this building.
A second. All in favor?
Aye.
Wait,
Those who
Gretchen
abstain.
and Doug, okay. Thank you.
Motion carries.
Okay, we're almost done. And now, finally, we have the Albany Industrial and Warehouse Historic District, which is located in the northeast corner of the city of Albany and along the western shore of the Hudson River. This district occupies one of the city's earliest settlement areas, and its boundaries and patterns of development are products of historic and economic forces that have shaped the city since the 17th century. The district is significant under criterion A for its association with nearly 2 centuries of industrial development, for its role in the city's economy over multiple generations, for its association with a variety of notable companies and products that gained Albany-wide recognition, and for its rich mix of industrial and manufacturing buildings documenting the production, processing, storage, and distribution of goods. The district encompasses 140 acres and includes 82 contributing resources. The period of significance is 1853 to 1975, which covers all of the extant contributing resources that support the documented theme of industry. There are 2 important potential archaeological sites that are noted but not counted, and I will explain those when we get to them. 4 properties within the boundary have been previously listed, and 3 of those were major tax credit projects, and I have a number of tax credit projects, 2 at least, waiting to submit part 1s. So the industrial district is substantially defined by several important transportation corridors that drew manufacturers to the area, where they then benefited from easy access to materials and goods. First, of course, is the Hudson River to the east, which is across the bottom of this slide. So north is to the right. That's a little bit disorienting. On this 17th century map, the then city of Albany is in the center, and you can see farms to the south on the left, and then extending north, we see 2 parallel rows of small structures. These are tenants of the Van Rensselaer family, which then possessed all the land within the district, and they represent a small colony engaged in the earliest industrial activities in the district. The buildings were laid out along what are now Broadway and North Pearl Street, 2 of the earliest and most important routes through the district. The next important route is the Erie Canal, seen crossing the middle of this 1857 map. North is also on the right. The canal is now represented by Erie Boulevard. That's our second Erie Boulevard today. The district begins just south of the canal basin on the far left and generally takes Erie Boulevard as its southern boundary. Now, the long rectangular slips that you see on this map, which feed into the canal, were owned by the Van Rensselaers and leased to lumber merchants, supporting one of the district's most important early industries. The sites of these slips are now generally believed to be under what is now Route 787 and probably do not survive. However, this 1870s view gives you an idea of the immense amount of lumber passing through here, which brought wealth to a number of landowners, including the Van Rensselaers. So these are 2 views. Let's talk about the canal basin. These are 2 views, an 1876 atlas and a contemporary aerial view that show the canal basin in more detail. I'm going to try to use the light. There it is. There it is. And here it is. Okay. There have been preliminary investigations, and most local scholars believe that the basin survives and has merely been filled in. However, we do not have sufficient professional testing to document it under criterion D. Thus, we have noted its importance in the nomination, but it has not been counted. If further research supports it, criterion D can easily be added later. And I know the city is very interested in preserving this site, as is the Albany Historic Preservation Commission, which specifically mentioned it in its report. Railroads, okay, so we can talk about that. Railroads later paralleled the canal and crossed the district. Remnants of them and their rights of way can still be seen, and many buildings have railroad sidings. So this map shows the entire district. In addition to being defined by historic settlement and transportation patterns, the district boundary was also determined in reference to the large contemporary highways that encircle it, Route 787 on the east, I-90 on the north and west. These mid-20th century highways isolated the district, separating it from the river, destroying its natural edges, and eliminating substantial archaeological evidence. The west boundary also follows, this is a railroad right-of-way, which encloses the Patroon Creek and Tivoli Street, which was a site, an important industrial area as well. This is an 1823 image of the entrance to the Erie Canal from the Hudson River, surely one of America's most important transportation sites. And this, I believe the site of Lock 1 has also been identified and is in the district, not sure about that. But what's also interesting is that the Van Rensselaer Manor House can be seen on the right, and Stephen Van Rensselaer's house is on the left. Stephen Van Rensselaer was a canal commissioner. Whoops. Hold on. And the family partnered in the Western Inland Navigation Company, which financed the canal. Their properties not only overlooked the canal, but substantially benefited from it. The Stephen Van Rensselaer house is gone, but the known site of the manor house is within a small park in the district. And as with the canal basin, we believe there may be archaeological resources there. Again, we have noted its importance, marked it as potentially significant under criterion D, but we did not count it. In overall character, the district is broad and open with 1 to 4 story buildings in brick or concrete set amid open lots. Now, it's important to note that while some of the empty lots held buildings, many more were open because they stored materials or had industrial sheds, railroad spurs, or other small features. Thus, while there has been loss, the overall pattern of developed and open space has not changed dramatically. Contributing buildings are associated with a rich mix of industries and types of manufacturing, storage, and distribution of goods. We have piano manufacturing, the paper industry, and many others. Factories and warehouses were both the sites of production and strategic distribution hubs, using the railroads and highways to serve their commercial enterprises. Now, I'm going to show you a selection of buildings from different industries because there's so many, it was really hard to choose. We'll start with ironworks. This is the James A. McKinney Company from 1872 on Broadway. And this is part of the N.C. Clausen Ironworks Company on Tivoli Street. Clausen started as a designer for McKinney for many years before establishing his own firm. Breweries were early. This is an early industry, but not an early building. It dates to 1912. It received its facade later when it was some kind of an architectural shop, but now it has returned to its original function as a brewery. Pianos were both early and important. Am I getting a laugh about breweries? It seems to be the.
No,
Doug's getting a laugh.
Just the chairman. Tired of Coke.
Okay, pianos were both
5 o'clock.
early and important, and this is the earliest surviving building in the district, the Boardman and Gray Factory from 1853 on Broadway. This was previously listed and is a completed tax credit project. This is Marshall and Wendell pianos from 1871 on Broadway. Adam Ross Cut Stone, a group of buildings built between 1880 and 1924. This was a very profitable company that is still in business. This large complex stretches between North Pearl Street and Broadway. It was built between 1893 and 1965 for the Consolidated Car Heating Company, and includes 4 buildings representing 4 different architectural eras, and it is also a completed tax credit project. It looks really nice. This is one of, I love these. This is one of 4 identical buildings built in 1925 for film companies, and together they were called Little Hollywood. It's also sort of toward the north end of Broadway. This little building from 1925 was leased to 2 separate businesses, and it's entirely made of steel. This is on 399 Pearl Street. If you remember listing the Iroquois Door Company in Buffalo, well, this is the company's Albany headquarters on Mill Street, built in the 1920s. That's its storehouse, the factory's down there. But the crane in between actually belongs to Adam Ross Steel. It goes through to Broadway. International Harvester from 1910 with a 1948 edition on Broadway. Now, if you're an Albanian, you have to be proud of the invention of perforated toilet paper here by Seth Wheeler. This is the Albany Perforated Wrapping Company, built between 1918 and 1936 on Erie Boulevard. If you don't remember the toilet paper, you might have bought your first couch here when it was Huck Finn. This is another completed tax credit project. This is one of Albany Perforated's earlier factories, because they had several in the district. This one was built circa 1890 on Montgomery Street. And in the warehouse category, we have several food and grocery storage facilities, and this is the Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company warehouse on Manor Street from 1922. Most of us know this building at the north end of the district as Argus Paper, but it was built in 1915 as a small business incubator and designed by well-known regional architect Marcus Reynolds. And all hail Nipper, Albany's mascot, who watches over the district from his perch atop 991 Broadway, one of Albany's earliest reinforced concrete buildings, designed by Albany architect Charles Ogden in 1905. Nipper was installed by the RTA company in 1955, and he is individually counted as a contributing object. This nomination was sponsored by the City of Albany as certified local government. Research was undertaken as part of a CLG survey grant, and the nomination was prepared by Wally Weaver of Hartkin Associates. I have support from the Preservation Commission and the mayor, and I have 1 written support from a property owner, 1 very enthusiastic phone call from a property owner who did not write. I have 5 letters of objection. And Wally couldn't be here. Did Erin Glennon sneak in, or she's on the phone perhaps? I don't know if you'd like. Erin Glennon from the City Planning Office has been my partner in this for the last year. Erin, would you like to add anything if you're there? Is she not there? Okay, Erin, I guess Erin didn't make it. Any questions about the warehouse district that I can answer, even though Wally's not here? I just wanted to know regarding the well, one of them is from a non-contributing property. 2 of them are from Little Hollywood, I'm sorry to say. A third one, I actually don't know what building it is, but the person just says how there's no support, blah, 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 but we didn't get that. A man who called right before the meeting started wanted to know all about it. When I explained that there were no restrictions, he says, "Oh, that's good. That's fine." There wasn't an outpouring of objections. When we had the public meeting, only a few people came, and they were mostly supporters.
Are there any other questions about this nomination? Please.
Actually, yeah. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind coming down to the podium.
So that we can hear the audio.
Yeah, stating your name, your association with the district, and you have the floor. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim Detono. My husband and his brother own a property in the industrial area. I just want to start off with, we didn't hear of any public meeting to even attend to go to as a resident property owner. We don't know when that happened, or we weren't invited to it. The first we got was a letter stating the first meeting, I believe it was in September, and it was tabled due to other reasons down in that area. So as an owner, we do have some questions about this. I will tell you, we're not in support of it. We don't know very much about what would happen with it. So I have 5 questions. They're kind of real quick.
Yeah.
What kind of impact would this have on our business, on our property, if this would pass?
You're asking me or the board?
Anybody who can answer that.
I can tell you.
Kath, why don't you answer
Want me to
that?
answer it?
Yes,
Okay.
briefly.
So, very little. If you are a private property owner using your own money, it will have no impact on you at all. The city is not going to designate it a local district. The only time you would ever come in contact with us is if you use state or federal money to do anything to your property. Then the action would have to be approved by us. Like if you got a grant from a state or federal agency, if you needed a permit from a state or federal agency, or you used a preservation tax credit, which is the benefit. Some of the buildings in here that I mentioned had used tax credits. If you are the owner of a commercial property and you spend a certain amount of money on rehabbing your property, you are eligible for a 20% federal income tax credit off of the cost of that restoration and a 20% state income tax credit off the cost of the restoration. We can talk about that some other time. That's a benefit. But other than that, you don't have to talk to us. You don't have to tell us. We would never know about it. And you don't have to tell the city either, because it's not going to be a local district.
So this wouldn't affect if we were to make any changes to our property?
No.
Nope.
Okay. And then for zoning, what changes will be?
None.
No zoning changes?
Not because of this. The city is not going to designate it a local district. I don't know if they have other zoning regulations independent of this, but not.
This action has no effect on zoning.
Okay. And then how was it decided, the actual map of what you were doing? Because when we do look at the map, you guys literally like bumped our property out. Like there's nothing on our whole side of the road
Okay.
until you get to Huckfin's warehouse, but our property.
Okay.
So how did that
The
get
boundaries
decided?
are decided based on the historic factors that I talked about with the transportation routes, plus the buildings that retain integrity that illustrate industry, which is the main theme of the district. So we actually went and looked at maps, and we looked at historic maps and historic photographs. And Wally and I went over every individual picture and map and debated whether it was an industrial resource, or we also can't take something out of the middle. So we had to decide on an edge that made sense. So
Well,
it's
the map kind of goes like this, and then our property, and then that, and then.
Well, I don't know your property exactly, but it's probably an industrial building built between 1853 and 1975, and therefore it illustrates the industrial. It's also not each property is individually significant, but together they illustrate the industrial development of the neighborhood, which has been industrial since the 18th century. So it's a combination of factors.
I know you mentioned you had 5 letters of
Yours-
objections.
including
Ours
yours.
was there, yes.
Yep.
And you had 2 of.
I had 1 letter of support and 1 person who kept calling me and saying he was enthusiastically supportive, but he didn't want to write a letter.
So as a property owner, is it our right to actually remove our property
No.
from this?
The rules say that if a majority of private property owners, that one person can't exempt himself or herself, if a majority of private property owners were to vote no, so I think there were 80, so if 41 letters of objection had come in, we couldn't go
So
forward.
how many, you said we have 5
5.
of objection,
Right.
2 of yes.
It's
is
not
that-
a vote. It
Right, it's not a
doesn't
vote
matter how
on,
many
it's a vote
yeses.
by them, right?
No, they're voting on its eligibility. They're not
Okay.
voting on whether it can be nominated. But according to the rules, we have to count how many owners there are, and each owner gets one vote regardless. Like,
Right,
if
we
you and your
understand that, yeah.
5 sisters all own the
Mhm.
property, you have 5 votes.
We have 2 properties in this,
Okay,
in
but
this
you only
map.
have one.
No, we have
vote.
2 properties
No.
in this. Oh, okay.
Okay,
One
so
vote,
can
3
I just
properties.
jump in here? These are really good, important questions. I think that you should consult with this individual and have this conversation outside of the context of this meeting. I'm not.
No,
trying-
I
think
absolutely,
she's on
I was
question
actually going to
4,
suggest
though.
maybe giving us some
Yeah, you-
time to speak to
You
other
deserve more
property
time
owners.
to answer,
Yes.
to ask
I
those
think she's
questions.
on question 4, though.
No,
Jill.
I'm actually good. As an owner, I would request we have more time to speak to other owners in that area. And as owners, we should try to make our own decision together before it's presented in front of you
Well,
guys.
we did invite
We weren't invited.
Every owner got a letter inviting you to the meeting. I
To
don't-
this meeting, not a meeting that we can all have
No,
as
no.
owners.
Before in September, when we first were presenting this to the board, we had a public meeting. Every owner got a letter. And since so few even took advantage of it.
We did not receive a letter for that. We only
well, I-
received a letter about
Okay.
these meetings.
Look, these are important questions. You deserve time with this group.
Yes,
So let's
definitely.
make sure that happens.
Can we get a list of the properties so that we can maybe send contact out to them as owners to maybe band together and talk about what we feel should be done in our neighborhood?
Yeah, there's a property list in this nomination form.
There is.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I don't know if we give out owners, but we.
Well, I-
The addresses are there.
The addresses.
The addresses are there, and that's all.
Yeah.
And how do I get how do I get
I
that?
can give you that.
Perfect.
But you did talk to our deputy commissioner.
I did, yes.
And you talked to me before. We did talk about
Yes.
these
Yeah.
issues. on the-
So keep the conversation going. Good questions. You have every right to know the answers to those and
You can talk to me after the meeting as
Perfect.
well.
Well,
Yeah.
we gotta get home.
Yeah.
We got animals that have been home too long, but I'll email you when I get home.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, everybody.
Any questions about the warehouse district?
No.
It's an ambitious project. It's very well done. And it's tremendously interesting in terms of Albany history. Commendable. I'm happy to move it.
No, I'm moving it. Cross that off, Kathy. I have to move it because there's a family connection here. My first generation Irish grandfather worked at Pittsburgh Plate Glass. Confused me when I was a kid because I didn't think he ever lived in Pittsburgh, because of course he didn't. And my parents met at McKesson and Robbins, which the building's no longer there, but it was right along here. So I want to move it. And also, I think it should be nationally listed at the invention of modern toilet paper, but you can, that's your choice.
I think Nipper should be,
I'm going to give Wint the second and ask for all in favor.
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Doug, I think that little exchange though with the property owner is very useful for us. to
Absolutely,
hear.
absolutely.
It used to be more often.
I agree.
Yeah.
Thanks, yeah. Slingerlands.
And now for something completely different. All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is the Pine Hollow Road Historic District, located at 16, 28, and 34 Pine Hollow Road in Slingerlands, Albany County. It's eligible for the state and national registers of historic places under Criterion C in the area of architecture as a set of 3 residential buildings designed by eminent Albany architect Henry L. Blattner. The period of significance is 1941, 1942, and 1947, reflecting the construction dates of all 3 houses and the last known major alteration to number 28. There we go. The houses are situated in a wooded area on the north side of Pine Hollow Road, which extends eastward off New Scotland Road, New York 85 in Slingerlands. The historic district boundary encompasses the borders of the 3 properties during the period of significance. This boundary also includes part of the Pine Hollow Arboretum, which was created after the period of significance in 1966 and is therefore a non-contributing site. Architect Henry L. Blattner was born in Albany, New York in 1911 and earned his undergraduate degree in architecture at the University of Pennsylvania in 1934. A year later, he received his Master of Architecture from MIT. While his undergraduate program focused more on neoclassicism, MIT's program emphasized modern design trends, including those embodied in the Bauhaus and international styles. This influenced most of his work, and many of his buildings resemble similar designs of renowned architects Mies van der Rohe, Eero Saarinen, and Frank Lloyd Wright. Like the buildings seen here, most of Blattner's work consisted of public buildings like schools, college buildings, churches, synagogues, and theaters, to name a few, mostly all in modernist styles. Pine Hollow Road is Blattner's only known residential development. The houses he designed here also exemplify his architectural training and influences, but were designed to meet the client's style preferences too. In this case, his clients were the Schwartz and Stein families, both close connections from Albany. While these houses differ stylistically, each family agreed they wanted a more secluded, wooded setting for their new homes. 28 Pine Hollow Road, known as the Blattner House, was built in 1941 and designed by Blattner for his own family. It's a one-story wood frame house featuring an irregular footprint composed of 3 blocks, each capped by a low-pitched gable roof. Of all 3 houses, Blattner's own residence most exemplifies the aesthetics of mid-century modern design emerging at the time. His house was featured in the June 1947 issue of Architectural Forum, which stated, "House for a northern climate uses native raw materials to harmonize with rugged surroundings." Blattner had planned to expand the house that were never really realized, but he did add a children's wing in 1947. The house and addition were featured in the House and Garden magazine in May of 1949, which stated, "The house proves that a modern plan can have all the charm in the world." Quite different from the Blattner residence, number 16 was built in 1942 for Samuel and Lucille Stein as a prairie-style influenced house. It's a wood-frame 2-story building with a hip roof and a T-plan main block. John Musick, one of Blattner's former architectural firm partners, stated, "In this house, Blattner perfected the integration of changing levels and open living spaces to create one of his finest dwellings." Lastly, we have number 34, built in 1941 for Mortimer and Thelma Schwartz in the Colonial Revival style. It's a 1.5-story side gable brick building featuring prominent opposing gable dormers on the front and rear roof. It faces a circular drive forming the end of Pine Hollow Road cul-de-sac. Since 2018, the house has operated as the headquarters for the Pine Hollow Arboretum. All 3 houses reflect Blattner's various architectural training and influences, and like most of his designs, they successfully harmonize with the surrounding natural landscape. Together, they represent a rare, intact, and cohesive collection of Blattner's residential work. This nomination was sponsored by the Pine Hollow Arboretum and written by consultant Jesse Ravage. We have 1 letter of support and no objections. And we have the executive director of the Pine Hollow Arboretum, Gabrielle Santangelo, here who'd like to say a few words. Come on up, Gabby.
Hello, thank you very much for reviewing our project. We're very excited about it. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Jesse. Honestly, we're a very small organization, the Arboretum. We're a staff of 2. And so it was really exciting and really fun to have a hand in this. We learned a whole lot about Henry Blattner. If this designation were to go through for us, it'd be really impactful. It'd help us keep preserving all the trees that Dr. Abule, the second owner of 34 Pine Hollow Road, started planting in 1966. It opened us to grants to restore 34 Pine Hollow. We currently use it for school field trips and therapy groups, musical concerts. So we're just really excited to kind of have the opportunity to restore that house and use it more as a community resource and kind of blend trees and architecture together a bit more. So thank you.
Any questions? Do I hear a motion? Heather? Second? Felicia, seconds? All in favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Done.
Thank you. All right, next we have the Stuyvesant Landing Historic District, located in Stuyvesant, Columbia County. This district is eligible for the state and national registers of historic places under Criterion A for exploration and settlement and Criterion C for architecture. The period of significance is circa 1750 to 1935, which reflects the earliest buildings construction and all those built up to 1935, after which development really paused until the end of the 20th century. The district is located approximately 16 miles south of Albany on the east side of the Hudson River and is bounded on the west by railroad tracks. Other boundaries reflect topography, transportation routes, and the extent of well-preserved resources associated with these themes. The map on the right shows the district's boundary consisting of 72 contributing and 33 non-contributing resources, as well as one previous listed building. The district is significant in the area of settlement as an example of a small community established at the 18th century, in the 18th century that became a Hudson River landing with the development of more efficient 19th century transportation technologies. This settlement type was part of a system of communities that thrived by exploiting their proximity to the Hudson River to situate themselves as transshipment centers. These centers moved agricultural and manufacturing products from counties adjacent to the Hudson River to quickly growing urban destinations. Initially, Stuyvesant Landing was mostly agricultural, but by the early 19th century, it had become a vibrant commercial and residential community. Here we have engraved images of two residences on Riverview Street in 1858, both of which are still standing. We'll look at these buildings more closely in a bit. Here on the left, we have the northeast view towards Stuyvesant Landing from the west shore of the Hudson River. The large structure in the back is probably an ice house. The ice industry was also important to the local economy, and many farmhands welcomed the opportunity to work during the winter months. The photograph on the right shows ice harvesting, which, unlike ice yachting, is a much slower process. But this was a major industry before the days of electric refrigeration, and Stuyvesant Landing can be seen in the background. Sorry. On May 13, 1880, a catastrophic fire destroyed nearly all the commercial buildings, including the railroad depot and Stuyvesant Hotel. The fire was confined mostly to the streets nearest the docks and railroad, sparing most residences. But the destruction to warehouses and the industry was extensive. Many of these buildings were not rebuilt due to funding or lack of insurance, but the hotel and depot were. These images were taken in the early 20th century of the rebuilt hotel and depot. The depot is the only building in the district currently listed on the National Register. Sadly, all the buildings on the right side here of the tracks are no longer there. However, there are a lot of extant buildings from this time period that we'll look at next. Stuyvesant Landing is also significant for its collection of many well-preserved examples of architectural styles popular in the late 18th and 19th centuries. In the upper left corner here, we have a New World Dutch vernacular dwelling from circa 1750, and below that is the 1930s bungalow, which reflects the date range of the period of significance. On the right is Riverview Street, showing a variety of architectural styles in the district. The light yellow Greek Revival building depicted there is the same one from the 1850s engravings shown earlier. Here we have examples of some of the other styles represented in the district, ranging from Italianate, Georgian, Greek Revival, Carpenter Gothic, and Rundbogenstil, which means round arch style. That's the residence in the lower right corner, and that's designed by Alexander Davis and is the other residence depicted in those 1850s engravings. I'm sorry, lower right. Lastly, we have some of the non-residential buildings in the district, including the late 19th century Eastlake style schoolhouse, the Wren Gibbs style former Methodist Episcopal Church, and the late Gothic Revival former Church of the Nativity, along with the 19th century commercial block, Stuyvesant Hotel, and the Stuyvesant Depot. These are just some of the many examples in this historic district that retain historic integrity and reflect the small community's history from the late 18th to early 20th century. This nomination was sponsored by the Town of Stuyvesant and its Historic District Subcommittee and was written by consultant Walter Wheeler. We have one letter of support and no objections. And we do have Lee Jamison here, a member of the subcommittee, who would like to say a few words. And she has a lovely picture to show you as well.
My house. Ta-da. It's still standing. It's still standing.
And we had a wonderful photographer, Steve Taylor, neighbor, who took the pictures and then had them printed up and gave them out as presents, which was really sweet. So this historic district, and you can see all the gems. The idea for a historic district has been percolating for 30 years. I mean, people have really thought about this a long time, and I have to think that former county historian Ruth Pawanka is smiling down on us from heaven, because she was one of the original instigators, and I think she did the nomination for the depot, for the train station. So we remember her. It's also a tribute to the more than 50 homeowners who signed a petition to the town saying that they wanted a historic district, because there had been, 30 years of less than enthusiastic support from the town fathers. So a big thanks to the natives who persisted and to the newcomers who came in and bought houses and were interested in the historic value of them. And I mean, a lot of people to thank: the members of the Historic District Subcommittee, of which I was a member, and a number of us went on to Comprehensive Plan Update Committee, and also the Comprehensive Plan also recommended a waterfront committee, because we need to deal with our waterfront as well. A lot of credit goes to Maria Osherman, who was our chair, because she really was persistent, relentless, and cracked the whip on everybody, and made sure that we made our deadlines. We got our little historic notes in to Wally, went around and got pictures. She was amazing. And also Wally Wheeler, who did a ton of legwork. And I mean, our group thought we could do the nomination ourselves. And we quickly found out that we really didn't have the expertise. So we were very happy to have Wally. There's not a letter from Supervisor Ron Knott, I think, that got passed on to you, but he did send an email to the committee members talking about how the cleanup of the Hudson River is a contribution to the fact that we're now a historic district. That when he was growing up in the 60s, and he lived on Riverview Street, he remembered stench from the river. And he said that his parents could afford a house down there because nobody else wanted to live down there. That there was garbage and sewage smells all the time. That no longer exists. So maybe we have Pete Seeger to thank. And definitely DEC and the EPA. So I thought that was an interesting comment from him. So now people are boating and fishing. My kids swam down there, painting on plein air. There are groups out on the river. And I can say for my house, when I went to buy it in the 81, the bank would only lend me a mortgage of $35,000. I try to remind the assessor of that now. I get no sympathy. So the economic development, and value to historic architecture and the gems of these buildings, is right there in my property tax bill, right there. So this community has overcome this devastating fire of 1888 that just destroyed everything, almost everything. Few houses remained, and then some were rebuilt, in particular that little depot, which is now kind of a community center. And so we've come up from there, from devastation, from pollution, to a really beautiful little community with Hudson River views and sunsets and Catskill Mountains and these beautiful little houses. So here we are. And hopefully the next step is going to be revitalization of our waterfront landing. Okay, thank you.
Questions or comments from the board?
Just
Two things. One, this is not the only preservation initiative in that neighborhood. The senior council became very active a generation ago in acquiring conservation easements on the surrounding farmland in the countryside. And it's been, I think, a great success, and it helps to preserve the setting of this wonderful hamlet. The other thing is, a mention was made of a house designed by Alexander Davis. That couldn't be Alexander Jackson Davis, I would guess, by the nature of the design. It's a different Alexander Davis?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
I just want to say this is a great district. I'm really happy to see it coming to the board. And maybe just a reminder for those on the board who don't know how long these things can take. This one, the folks in the district committee were reaching out to me when I was on that side of the podium, late 2022, early 2023, to get this district determined eligible. So district projects like this, especially when they're sponsored by a community and not a developer, they take time. And it could have taken longer. So it's great to see it coming to fruition.
Absolutely. I would want to follow that up and just say that it was great. I mean, it was a wonderful nomination. Thank you for your remarks. And it's just a beautiful sort of synergy of land and people. You know, really oh, sorry. Should I say that again or are we good?
Because that might work.
Okay. Does this work? I was just agreeing with Jennifer and just saying that I just think this is a wonderful nomination. And I really appreciated how it also spoke to that connection of land and people and place.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion?
I'll second.
Erica, Jennifer, first and second.
Wait, Erica or, oh, it was Erica and then Jennifer.
Yep.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, good afternoon. My name is Chris Brzee. I have 5 items to present this afternoon. The first is the Railway Spring Company's Foundry and Sand House in the city of Hudson. It is being nominated under criterion C in the area of architecture, and the period of significance is 1905, which is the year that the 2 buildings were constructed. The property is located southwest of the Hudson Historic District in a historically industrial part of the city, and it is directly adjacent to several rail lines, making this a good spot for an industrial building. The Railway Steel Spring Company had a whole complex of buildings on this site. The loss of some of these buildings is why the nomination hasn't included industry as an area of significance and is more narrowly focused on architecture and how these 2 buildings represent specific building types. The foundry and the sand house were designed by local architect Henry S. Moule, and they are exceptionally intact examples that illustrate the components of the metal casting process. These components include the large open production shed and casting floor, the 1-story sand room for storage and production of molds, a 2-story cupola furnace house for melting the metal to be poured into the molds, and a pair of 2-story ovens for firing mold cores. The central section of the building, the production shed, is dominated by the expansive south casting space, where sand molds and cores were assembled. The molten metal was transported from the metal heating cupola and then poured into these molds, and the castings were set and ejected from the molds. There is a space to the north, which is physically separated from the casting floor, where the final castings were fettled, which means cleaned of excess metal left over from the casting process. The sand house served in a supporting and integral role in the foundry operations. It received new sand from rail cars, and it rejuvenated sand that had been salvaged from the casting process for use in future processes. And it also provided storage for this important material until it was needed. So this is the Railway Steel Spring Company Foundry and Sand House. The nomination was prepared by Patricia Connolly Altman of PACA Preservation. This is a tax credit project, and as you can see from the photos, the rehab work has been completed, and it is now known as Basilica Hudson.
Questions from the board?
This is, I think, the first time that I can say this. I've been to a rather drunken party in that building.
Aren't we learning a lot about wind? I'll take that as a motion. Second.
I'll second it, but I just also want to say, I just learned a whole bunch about molding and casting I had never known in my entire life, that I actually handed it to my husband, who knows a lot about it, and he learned terminology he'd never heard before. So he thought it was very cool. So thank you very much for all that detailed information.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained?
Who made the motion? I'm sorry, I'm missing things down here. Who made the motion, please?
Wind?
It was Wind,
And
the drunken party.
Drunken party motion.
Thank you.
We got distracted.
We did.
Things are getting out of hand.
All right, my second nomination is the Howell Hinchman Tannery in Middletown. It is being nominated under criterion A in the area of industry and under criterion C in the area of architecture. The period of significance begins in 1862 when the first tannery began operations on the site, and it ends in 1937 when the Howell Hinchman Company ceased operations. The tannery is located a few blocks southwest of downtown Middletown. The earliest sections of this site were built immediately adjacent to a creek that provided water for the operations. And as the complex grew, the creek was actually routed underground and additional sections were built directly on top of that creek. Development of the site, as I said, dates from 1862 when a tannery operation that had been elsewhere in Middletown relocated to this site. And a few years later in 1866, the Newark, New Jersey-based TP Howell Company purchased the complex and greatly expanded the operations under the name of Howell Hinchman. Fire insurance maps show the evolution and the expansion of the factory complex over the next several decades, from a collection of largely wood frame structures in the 1880s, and as seen here, to the massive U-shaped conglomeration of brick building units in the early 1900s. By the late 19th century, the Howell Hinchman Company was renowned in trade journals as an important industry in Middletown with a national reputation for quality products. In 1910s, the New York Times described the company as, quote, one of the largest leather factories in the country, unquote. Architecturally, the tannery is a distinctive and largely intact late 19th and early 20th century factory complex that exemplifies industrial architecture of the period. At the peak of operations, the site contained buildings housing all stages of leather production, from mills for bark to curing vats, and expansive floors for the splitting, finishing, and drying of hides. Spaces representing most of these operations survive in the complex today. And of particular note is an unusual structural system used on portions of the complex, wherein the upper floors are actually suspended from above by iron rods, the thin rods seen in the left photo, instead of being supported from below by columns. And this provided unobstructed spaces on the ground floor to house the enormous vats used in the tanning process, and may have actually facilitated the rebuilding of those frame structures into brick structures. So this is the Howell Hinchman Tannery in Middletown. The nomination was prepared by Patrick Ciccone, and this is also a tax credit project with an approved Part 1.
What's the plan?
I believe housing, but don't quote me on that.
Seems reasonable. Other questions or comments or a motion?
I'll make a motion that I learned a lot about tannery and how to tan things and how to take the skin off hides and how to make the hides and all that. So again, I appreciate it. I feel like I'm learning a lot about our industry across the state of New York.
Indeed.
Thank you.
That's a motion by Heather and a second by Ruth. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
I have one more. All right, yeah. All right, my third item is the Little Warehouse in Glen Falls, which is being nominated under criterion A in the area of commerce and under criterion C in the area of architecture. The period of significance begins in 1920 when the Little company built this warehouse, and it ends in 1939 when that company was dissolved. And just a point of clarification, it's being nominated under commerce instead of industry because it was a commercial warehouse. It was not a manufacturing facility. The warehouse is located several blocks east of the downtown historic district in Glens Falls. It was located near the terminus of the Delaware and Hudson line into the city, and the angled rear lot line follows the former route of these tracks. So again, the railroad is a prime reason why it was sited here. John Little Company, Inc. was the principal wholesale grocer in Glens Falls for more than 2 decades, from 1918 until 1939. Within the triumvirate of manufacturer, wholesaler, and retailer, the wholesale grocer occupied an essential intermediary role. They purchased goods from the manufacturers in large quantities. They would receive and warehouse them in warehouses such as this, and then they would redistribute those goods in smaller lots to retail grocers, often through daily deliveries by automobile truck. The company sold a wide range of non-perishables, including local products, national brands, and they even had their own private label Lidco. The company served an expansive territory stretching from at least Lake George in the north to Hudson in the south. The Little Warehouse is typical of wholesale grocery warehouses, a building type that was once ubiquitous in American cities. The functions of the warehouse are clearly expressed on both the exterior and the interior. So the large first floor windows at the front of the building signal the office and public facing spaces. There are expansive vehicular openings at the rear on those rail lines for the unloading of goods into the warehouse. On the right's east side, there are multiple doorways that mark the truck loading areas where deliveries would be readied. And the smaller hopper windows on the rest of the building correspond to the bulk storage areas that occupied the majority of the building's volume. The Little Warehouse is also an intact example of mill construction, which employed heavy timber framing along with other measures that were intended to reduce the risk of fire. Unfortunately, I don't have action shots of the Little Warehouse, but these photos depict similar warehouses. The one on the left is from Iowa. The one on the right is from Poughkeepsie. So anyone who's taken the train from Poughkeepsie probably knows that building. They show the 2 primary functions of a wholesale grocery warehouse. That was the storage of the non-perishable foodstuffs with goods sometimes piled up to the ceiling. And the second function was to facilitate the quick unloading of goods from rail cars and then the quick loading onto trucks for delivery. And just to drive home the point that this was a common building type nationwide, here's a comparison of the Little Warehouse on the right to a National Register listed wholesale grocery warehouse in Iowa on the left from almost the same period. So this is the Little Warehouse in Glens Falls. The nomination was prepared by Michael Lopez, and this is also a tax credit project with an approved Part 1.
Yeah, really interesting form, really great history about women in the canned food industry and history. When I initially read this form, I latched onto the non-perishable aspect of it. And I'm just thinking there must be a whole other genre of stores like this for perishable goods that had refrigeration and ice houses and things.
I would imagine, but that was not in the scope of this.
Let's talk some more about that.
Well, they did talk about within the parameters that instead the ones for the perishables, you went to your baker, you went to
much
your
smaller scale.
You went on the much smaller scale for the perishables. You would go to your local farmer for your fruits and vegetables, but this was your non-perishables. So
good thing Heather's here, huh? So long as it's perforated.
So I don't want to disagree with our fearless leader here, but my comment was going to be, I didn't think the section on canning and women's rights belonged in the nomination. It seemed like an odd non sequitur to throw in. But I don't, no big deal.
Yeah. Is that?
Didn't hurt.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Where else would you have? Where else
What?
would National Register
All right, I'm going to give that to Heather. Who was seconded?
Got it. I think Gretchen
Yeah.
came in second.
Heather, Gretchen, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries. We can argue about that.
Before I present.
With wind.
Before Chris presents his 2 really nice nominations for public housing, I want to give you a little bit of an update on this project, the NYCHA project. We've given the final context back to the consultants for the final revisions and insertion of the photographs and all of the other information. And the next step is for them to put it on the multiple property document form. And you're going to see it hopefully in June. And it'll be a multiple property document and then one nomination to go with it. And as part of that, NYCHA is going to re-educate all of the consultants. They're getting samples of short nominations that went with other multiple properties, like one from the Casitas, one from the Urban Renewal, the National Urban Renewal, one from something else, to get the idea that the big context will be in the overall, and then in the individual nominations, it should just refer to the overall context and have the specific history of that building. So, but we understand, so I told Chris his next nomination would be 6 pages. No. But there'll be a learning curve, and we'll maybe do some workshops with the 3 major consultants who do these. But I just wanted to let you know that's where we are with that, and we're making progress, and we're excited about it.
Great, thank you, Kathy.
So next I am going to present 2 New York City Housing Authority developments that were built under similar programs and that provide a useful look into NYCHA's policies in the late 40s and early 50s. Because of these similarities, I'm going to provide a brief overview of this program, and then I will present each item individually, and we can have discussion after each one as normal. The Nostrand and the Wrangel houses, which were built in 1950 and 1951, were part of NYCHA's response to 2 pressing issues: the acute nationwide housing crisis at the end of World War II and the delay in federal funding for public housing, which had lapsed during the war and wasn't restored until after the passage of the Housing Act in 1949. In the short term, NYCHA partnered with federal and state governments to provide emergency housing and temporary structures such as the Quonset huts shown here. In total, I think there are 10 sites in New York City serving over 10,000 families, or approximately 30,000 residents. I actually had a colleague look at Chris. Apparently there are 5 NR listed Quonset huts in New York, according to our Chris system. 5 Quonset huts on the National Register in New York, according to Chris. So at the same time as they were providing those emergency sites, NYCHA was involved in lobbying Congress for the renewed funding for public housing. It even proposed a series of amendments to that bill. In 1945, one of these amendments, as this headline shows, would address the so-called forgotten families, meaning middle-income families that earn too much to qualify for traditional subsidized public housing, but too little to afford private housing. When it became clear that political wrangling in Congress would delay this federal funding, the city decided to create its own city-funded middle-income housing program. The first version of this program, called the City 2 program, was approved in 1947. The second, very closely related program, the City 3 program, was approved the following year in 1948. As I said, both programs are funded directly by the City of New York. They operated under what was called the no cash subsidy model, meaning that the rents collected were high enough to cover all operating expenses, including maintenance on the properties, principal and interest charges, and taxes. Initial preference for these developments was given to veterans returning from World War II. In total, NYCHA built 20 of these middle-income post-war developments, 5 in the City 2 program, 15 in City 3. They were fairly evenly distributed around the city. 5 were in the Bronx, 4 were in Manhattan, 4 in Queens, 4 in Brooklyn, and 3 in Staten Island. And in total, these developments contained approximately 21,000 apartments, accommodating about 73,000 people. From a financial standpoint, these middle-income developments were nearly identical. Rents were uniform across the program, as were tenant income limits, and even construction costs for all 20 developments were similar, indicating a similar quality in the finished apartments. While all of them were located on vacant land to minimize displacement during a housing crisis, there were some physical differences between these properties. Those on the periphery, such as the Nostrand houses in Brooklyn, tended to be low-rise and occupied larger sites, while those in Manhattan and nearby neighborhoods were often high rises on smaller sites, such as the Wrangel houses. And this reflects the difficulty of assembling vacant sites in locations in Manhattan and nearby, as well as the density of the existing development in those areas. Another striking difference inside this program was the racial demographics of the initial tenants. Two of the Manhattan developments were majority Black at opening, including the Wrangell houses, which was 98% Black, while those in the outer boroughs were overwhelmingly white, including the Nostrand houses, which were 96% white upon opening. All right, so now I'll go into each development individually. So the Nostrand houses are located in the Sheepshead Bay neighborhood of Brooklyn. The complex opened in 1950, and it was part of that City 3 program. It comprises 16 low-rise apartment buildings, as well as a steam plant boiler house, which is a rarity among the NYCHA complexes that we've already reviewed. The complex contained more than 1,000 apartments. And as I said, NYCHA statistics indicate that the initial residents were 96% white. I don't know if we've mentioned this before, but state law and NYCHA policy barred discrimination in public housing as early as 1939. It was the first law nationwide to bar discrimination in public housing. But implementation, of course, is always problematic. And a complex web of factors led to the near total segregation of these particular developments. Not least of these was NYCHA's decision to focus its non-discrimination efforts on the tenant selection process, who was admitted to the program in the first place, and it didn't really focus on tenant placement where the applicants were assigned. The authority often allowed its developments to reflect the demographic makeup of the surrounding neighborhood. NYCHA chair even admitted in 1950 that, quote, when a project is built in an area where there are no Black families, as in the case of the post-war projects built on vacant land, there is sometimes a more difficult experience with the neighborhood, unquote. Nostrand Houses is also significant in the area of landscape architecture for its well-designed plan-length landscape by Clark, Rapuano, and Holleran. The landscape design reinforced the symmetrical and north-south axiality of the campus and created open space for the residential buildings. And of particular note are the two central oval-shaped green spaces that create a sort of town green for each of the super blocks. So this is the Nostrand Houses. New York City is a CLG, and we have received a letter from the Landmarks Preservation Commission concurring that this property appears to be eligible for listing. The nomination was prepared by Misha Hunter of Lee Salzman Architects. This is a tax credit project with Improved Part 1, and I believe we have Nina Farahanachi from NYCHA to speak about both of these nominations.
Hi all, thank you Chris for that presentation. My name is Nina Farahanchi. I'm a project manager at the New York City Housing Authority on the real estate development team, and I'll be saying a couple quick words of support for these two projects. We're very excited to be presenting these projects to the New York State Board of Historic Preservation. The Historic Tax Credit Program has been absolutely critical to NYCHA's mission to provide quality public housing to New York City residents, while also preserving the architectural and social history of New York City. I wanted to say a special thank you to the SHPO team, especially Olivia, Sarah, Kath, and Chris, for being true partners to NYCHA as well as the Trust, and for all of their hard work and thoughtfulness in making these projects a reality. So starting with Nostrand Houses, like Chris mentioned, this is going to be the first development at NYCHA to move through the New York City Public Housing Preservation Trust. The trust is a government agency that partners with NYCHA to repair, renovate, and modernize public housing through its preservation program while ensuring that the developments remain permanently public. The Nostrand Houses are in the Sheepshead Bay neighborhood of Brooklyn. They are 16 residential buildings, and they're home to over 1,148 apartments. As the first NYCHA Trust project, Nostrand represents an important milestone in demonstrating how new financing tools, including historic tax credits, can support comprehensive modernization while preserving the historic character of NYCHA developments and the communities that they anchor. The next project that Chris will speak on is the Wrangle houses, the Ralph J. Wrangle houses. They consist of a 984 unit campus style NYCHA development in the Washington Heights neighborhood of Manhattan. And we're anticipating that construction for that project will begin this year. And the historic tax credits are integral to the financing of the comprehensive repair work for the residents at the development. So just want to say thank you to all, and we look forward to continuing to work with you on our future public housing preservation projects.
Thank you. Questions or comments about Nostrand? Do you want to make a motion?
No.
No, it's okay. Do I have a motion? Ruth?
Ruth?
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or
Save
abstain?
my comments for the Wrangle.
Okay. Are you voting in favor?
Mhm.
Great. Motion carries.
All right. The Ralph J. Wrangle houses were originally called the Colonial Park houses until they were renamed in 1975 to 76. The complex is located on the border of the Harlem and Washington Heights neighborhoods in Manhattan. It opened in 1951, a year after the Nostrand houses, and it was part of the City 2 program. When it opened, it had just under 1,000 apartments. So one article summed up the post-war housing situation by noting that, and I'm closely paraphrasing, it is true that housing is the #1 problem for both Black and white veterans alike, but for Black veterans, it is doubly acute. This was a direct result of state, federal, and local policies that severely curtailed Black citizens from participating in the private housing market. Restrictive covenants and deeds remained in effect until they were deemed unenforceable by the Supreme Court in 1948. They didn't deem them illegal, just unenforceable. Government-backed mortgages were denied to Black veterans. One source even claimed that only 100 out of 67,000 VA-backed loans in the New York City metropolitan area were awarded to Black applicants. And perhaps most visible were government-assisted, privately owned housing developments such as Stuyvesant Town, where the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company explicitly barred Black residents from its 25,000 apartments. Public housing, which, as I said, was officially very imperfectly desegregated, was therefore one of the only options for affordable housing available to middle-income Black veterans in the immediate post-war period. And I certainly don't want to put too fine a point on it, but during the early 50s, NYCHA developments and the Wrangle houses in particular were a significant source of affordable housing for middle-income Black veterans and their families. One of these families was the Wrangle family. Charles Wrangle, shown here on the left, was a decorated veteran for his service in the Korean War. He later served for 46 years in the U.S. House of Representatives. The photo caption notes that he was a resident of Colonial Park houses, which were the Wrangle houses. His brother, Ralph Wrangle, became president of the Tenants Association of the Wrangle, what became the Wrangle houses. He advocated for resident needs, building repairs, and facility upgrades. And he also published a tenant newspaper, the Colonial Comment, which was a successor to the Colonial Times, which is shown here on the right. And the complex was renamed the Ralph J. Wrangle Houses in 1975 to 76 following his sudden death. And the nomination details the significance of the Wrangle Houses in the area of social history for the close-knit community created by the residents of the complex, and the period of significance therefore extends into the 1970s for that significance. Community opinion of NYCHA developments quickly soured during the 1950s, particularly in Harlem, where the Wrangle houses are located. Protests in 1956 over a new NYCHA development in Harlem marked a symbolic nadir, as opponents denounced increasing tenant displacement, the overconcentration of public housing in the neighborhood, and the failure of NYCHA to develop truly integrated projects in the area. The Wrangle houses remained a middle-income development throughout this period, however, until it was ultimately transferred to the federally subsidized low-income housing program in 1968. So this is the Ralph J. Wrangle houses. We have received a letter from the Landmarks Commission concurring the property appears to be eligible for listing. The nomination was prepared by Aaron Weiser and Linda Santoro of Heritage Consulting. This is also a tax credit project with an approved Part 1.
Comments from the board? Please.
First, I have to say that the nominations for public housing projects have come a long way.
Mhm.
Oh, here, here's the mic.
Take mine. So the nominations for public housing projects have come a long way. I will grant you that, and I'm very pleased to see that. But the nomination reads like NYCHA was saying, it's not our fault. It's everybody else's fault, but it's not our fault. So I think writing social history requires nuance. And NYCHA was certainly at fault, as were all of the state and local governments, the legislation. They were all at fault for segregation, and NYCHA needs to take responsibility for that. I think, Chris, you said it in your presentation, but it's not in the nomination. And the other thing is, Kath did such a fabulous job with the Ignatius Feisinger, however that's pronounced, house in Syracuse. She said it was looked upon by city government as a slum. It was looked upon by city government as a slum. That's different than constant drumbeat of NYCHA saying it was slum clearance, which is only an excuse for tearing down neighborhoods that they wanted to tear down. So I think they need to really, there needs to be some nuance in the way that they write so that the history is more accurate and less apologetic for NYCHA.
Other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion? Alicia, a second?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Considering what Gretchen has just brought up, can the motion incorporate that? Like that?
Someone would need to make it.
But I could ask Alicia. Would you be?
I mean, the report that we got, did everybody get that report?
Yeah.
That was written?
No, I don't think so.
What report?
The write-up that we were asked to review?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
I don't know what report you're talking about. I'm sorry.
In the context statement?
Oh,
Yeah.
the MPDF draft?
We haven't seen it yet.
Oh, I see. Okay. It was significantly improved.
Right. Okay, so maybe this motion is to revisit and change some of the language. Perhaps that's been put into the MPDF. I'm not explaining this very well.
NPDF, that's that report.
The multiple property documentation
Oh, okay,
form.
okay.
That's what we'll see in June.
Yeah, which you're going to see in June. But for this particular nomination to go forward, you want some revisions in terms of the language because you say it's being too apologetic to NYCHA.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Prefer if we didn't have to wait though, because MPDF is going to be a big lift.
No, I'm willing to
Yeah.
pass it. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm willing
Just
to
with
go
that
for it.
change or,
I just
I'm
think,
sure Chris will be happy. There's a lot of research on this. I commend him for getting a lot of.
and the way Chris presented it is different from the way it appears in the nomination.
so with those revisions.
Yeah, I would agree, some soft.
Yeah, I agree, and that's good guidance.
And,
We
you know,
keep-
I think stuff like that, it happens. You
Yeah.
know, I didn't mention it at the and then one of the nominations earlier, there was some language referring to Indigenous people that I asked for some minor revisions.
I'm going to do the same.
So sometimes things like that happen and we just need to be paying attention to the language we use.
That's right.
To make sure that we're doing better than the things that we're reading.
Gotcha. Okay, we can do that. And so we need a second, I believe.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you.
Gretchen, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Thank you. Dan Boggs is up next. Six Nations Cemetery. Oh my God. There's so many words like that.
I can understand why this is called the Six Nations.
My apologies. Good afternoon, everyone.
He'll explain.
All right, Six Nations Cemetery is eligible for the state and national registers of historic places under criterion A, settlement exploration, with the period of significance of 1818 to 1880, 1844, ranging from the oldest known interment in the cemetery to the establishment of the nearby schoolhouse, signifying development of the surrounding community. Note this is a change from the draft that you read to the area, to the period of significance. All right. In the wake of the destructive 1779 Sullivan Campaign by American Revolutionary Forces against the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, a series of transactions led to the Phelps and Gorham purchase of Seneca lands in July of 1788, which included the region that became the town of Orange in Schuyler County. The first decade of the 19th century marks the beginning of a wave of Euro-American migration to the region, increasing steadily after 1811. A small community of farms along Kelly Hill Road and Pine Creek Road formed and became locally known as the Six Nations community in the area where the red star is. This name was perhaps chosen to reflect the varying nationalities of the settlers and or to acknowledge the former Seneca presence on the land. As confusing as it may seem, other than the Six Nations name, there is no connection between the farm community and the Haudenosaunee Confederacy or between the cemetery and the Haudenosaunee burial practices. With any new settlement will soon come the need for a place of burial. The gravestone shown here is that of 10-year-old Harvey Dean, whose 1818 stone is the oldest found in any cemetery in the town of Orange, which highlights the historical importance of this cemetery. In the historic map, you can see the cemetery area as a little square there where the roads come together. Okay. The earliest stones reflect prevailing trends in styles and decoration. These markers are typically of the tablet type, set directly into the ground. Generally, they are rectangular soapstone with arched or flat tops, incised on their western face, with the names and vital dates of deceased along with indicators of family relationships. In some cases, epitaphs are incised into the stone surface or otherwise appear in raised letters. And a few exhibit classical decorations such as doves and branches. Let's see here. The Six Nations Cemetery provides a window into the demographic data of the settlers and a record of their culture and character. 5 of the burials are known to be those of local veterans, encompassing 3 formative 19th century American wars: Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, and the Civil War. And those are these markers. All right. This honorary nomination was prepared by Cynthia M. Phelps of the town of Orange with additional information and editing by myself. Thank you.
Questions? I have one. Given the dilapidated nature of the cemetery, is there ever an integrity issue with something that's that disturbed?
There could be. We felt in this particular case, there is enough of the headstones in particular, and the layout of the cemetery is still there, that it provides information relevant to the settlement period, some of which is lacking due to a 1902 town hall fire that burned up a lot of the property records. So we have some historic maps with the names on it. And many of those same names are repeated in that cemetery on the markers that are extant.
Is there any plan to fix it up?
Yes.
You're asking all the questions I wanted to ask. I
Well,
had a ton.
I didn't, there was actually quite a lot about that in the original draft of the nomination, which I cut out because it's not really relevant to the argument. But the primary motivation that the town of Orange has for getting this listed is to pursue grants to help maintain and restore the cemetery.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was all of my same questions because I do a lot of cemetery work and I do a lot of restoration work in cemeteries with my husband. And when I saw these pictures, it broke my heart. I
Yeah,
said that
bad.
nobody has cared at all. And now they want to get nominated and they haven't even done any work to help preserve what is there now. It kind of, and there are all these cemeteries across the state that people are doing major work
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
And this one doesn't even look like somebody's even touched it at any point in time.
Yeah, the town is very motivated. They want to take care of it, but they have, limited funds. So it's been mostly a case of them going up there and mowing and cleaning out branches and.
Okay. Further questions, comments?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, or Dan, rather.
All right, now it is time to have some fun at the Arcade Downtown Historic District, which is located in the village of Arcade, Wyoming County. It's significant under Criterion A, commerce, for its history as a trading center and transportation hub, as well as Criterion C for its architecture. The period of significance begins in 1852 with the construction of the railroad block and ends in circa 1967 when the final building in this district was constructed. The district includes 33 properties, 27 contributing, 5 non-contributing, and 1 previously listed. Most of these buildings are along Main Street between the school to the left and the Baptist Church to the right. These buildings capture Arcade's evolution through time, from its early days before the railroad to the height of the town's prosperity and its adaptation to automotive-centered commerce. And to understand how Arcade's commercial core developed, we need to look at 2 major factors: waterways and roads. The confluence of Clear and Cattaraugus Creeks attracted early industrialists who set up mills. Similarly, the convergence of roads created a T-shaped intersection through which travelers would pass. Arcade emerged as a stagecoach stop, and business owners soon established commercial enterprises that relied on the visitors and workers who traveled downtown. Several of the district's buildings date to the 1870s and 80s, a period characterized by the arrival of the railroad in 1871. Arcade's location near the 4 corners of 4 different counties made it a natural stop for people and goods traveling southwest. Then, in December 1898, the Great Fire broke out and swept through Arcade's commercial core. Everything from the creek to the bank was left in smoldering ruin. However, the economic prosperity experienced by Arcade's business owners allowed them to begin rebuilding almost immediately. Approximately a third of the district's buildings were constructed in a single year, with most owners choosing to rebuild on their same plots. There aren't many examples of specific architectural styles for these commercial buildings, but they display common turn-of-the-century features such as elaborate cornices, parapets, oriel windows, and transom windows, chosen for light and advertising. Instead, we see the common architectural styles used in the civic, religious, and community buildings which flank the boundaries of the district, such as the First Congregational Church of Arcade, which displays Second Empire, stick, and Gothic Revival elements. Non-commercial institutions are positioned at the edges of the district, such as the Arcade Central School and the Masonic Lodge at the western edge, the electric plant and village offices to the north, Baptist Church to the west, and then we have a historic firehouse to the south. Or east, that was. These buildings don't take up the most expensive real estate, but are still close enough to be sustained by crowds visiting downtown. And speaking of real estate, by the 1930s, practically all of downtown was built up. The parcels marked in yellow represent the remainder of construction through the period of significance. And while new development was limited through the remainder of the 20th century, business owners capitalized on a period of prosperity, modernizing their buildings to meet new fashions and needs. Many storefronts retained their original configurations, but they displayed mid-century alterations such as large fixed pane windows and use of materials like aluminum. This trend also corresponds to the increasing popularity of automobiles. Indeed, this transition brings us to the end of the period of significance. As increased need for parking drove business owners west along Main Street, Arcade's commercial core began to sprawl and the village entered a new period of commerce. This was an honorary nomination prepared by myself with assistance from Nicole Martin at Insight Architecture and Jeffrey Mason, the Arcade Municipal Historian. We've received no letters of support or objection, and I don't think we have anyone on the line. So, questions?
Questions from the board? I'll make a motion. Can I have a second? Kristen? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Thank you.
All right, and then a little bit to the east, we have the Leroy Methodist Episcopal Church, which is located in the town of Leroy in Genesee County and is significant under Criterion C as an excellent local example of a Richardsonian Romanesque church, which utilizes the Akron Plan. It meets criteria consideration A, as its significance is primarily architectural. The period of significance includes 1884, the year of the church's construction, and 1963, when minor interior alterations were performed by Dreyer & Dreyer, a successor of the church's original architectural firm, Otis & Crandall. Leroy's First Methodist congregation was founded in the 1820s, and soon after their incorporation in March 1828, they purchased the current property. Although the first recorded mention of a Sunday school only appeared in 1854, it's likely that a school was operating here since at least the 1830s. And by 1875, the school enrolled 210 students and church membership had increased quite considerably. After expansions to their existing structure proved inadequate, the congregation resolved to build a new church in 1883. And by the summer of the following year, they made a contract with a Rochester-based architecture firm of George T. Otis and Charles F. Crandall. In July 1885, the foundation was completed and the cornerstone laid, both made of locally quarried limestone. The first local quarry opened in 1815, and thus limestone construction accordingly characterizes much of Leroy's 19th century built environment. And as local quarries switched to producing crushed stone around the turn of the 20th century, Leroy Methodist Episcopal Church is one of the final large buildings made from these local materials. Not only that, but the church is the only religious building in Leroy to use the Richardsonian Romanesque style. Though it possesses a few Gothic Revival elements, its low, bulky form, round arches, square towers, and rusticated stone construction are character-defining features of the Richardsonian Romanesque style. The church's intact Akron Plan Sunday School is notable for its use of space, reflecting a novel concept at the time, the separation of students by age. The Akron Plan is flexible and provides a large central space that can accommodate the entire student body for gatherings. Sunday schools were widely adopted in the U.S. during the 1830s and 1840s, and 3/4 of those built between the 1860s and 1914 used the Akron Plan. The example at Leroy is remarkably intact, with the only significant change occurring in 1963, with the creation of a permanent wall between the sanctuary and the Sunday school. Prior to this, the spaces were only separated by a curtain, an unsurprisingly less popular execution of the Akron Plan. Through the early 20th century, the church received financial support from the local Woodward family, owners of the Jello Company. This included funding for a parsonage, tubular chimes, and a 1918 Este organ. Although the parsonage was demolished in the 1940s and the chimes removed for safety in the 1990s, the organ continues to be a legacy of the Woodwards' involvement. This is an honorary nomination prepared by Megan Clem of the Landmark Society of Western New York, Tyler Lucero, and myself. We've received no letters of support or objection. And I don't think they're on the line either. So, questions?
Questions from the board?
I'm curious about choosing to acknowledge the division of the spaces as significant. Since the sanctuary and the Sunday school being all part of one thing, separated more minimally, is sort of a character defining feature of that plan. So we're both making that a significant change in the period of significance, sort of says it's architecturally important, which is contradictory to the sort of the original design.
Well, I think there's kind of the importance of the Akron plan is both primarily architectural and then in terms of like its pedagogical importance. And I think
we don't have an education or social or so that's sort of the question. Like, I think it's an interesting thing to chew on, that choice. Like we can acknowledge that it happened. And I think wouldn't change the eligibility of the building. It's the question of why we're calling that significant architecturally.
Also because it's part of the changes that were done by sort of like a successor firm to the original architectural firm. That was another reason I think we went with that.
Well, I have to say, from my standpoint, I had never heard of an Akron plan. I'd never seen this in a church before. To me, I thought it was fascinating to learn about, and it was fascinating to learn about the whole piece about it. And so I thought that made this church even more significant to me because of actually having that there. And I can understand why they finally put up a wall and not have a curtain there, because you could hear all those little kids crying.
Right, exactly.
If you've ever run a Sunday school, and I ran a Sunday school class at one point in my life, they make a lot of noise.
I get why they did it practically. It's just the question of like, is it architecturally significant? Socially significant, and the context of the congregation, how they were using the building?
It's an interesting conversation as far as spatial planning, and
yeah,
and so
it doesn't read anymore the way it did.
It doesn't, but the value of, I think it was because it's something that I also never heard of, the Akron plan, that really spoke to me, and its influence pedagogy.
And I think, so it's smooth on the sanctuary side, though you can tell that something has happened to the door openings here. But in the actual Sunday school space, this partition is still very evident.
Yeah, exactly. It's an interesting design.
And lastly, I thought it was very interesting that it was two ladies here in the parish who actually created Jell-O and then went to the Woodward family because they didn't know how to market it and went on with it. So this church actually had a piece to do with Jell-O becoming such a major part of our lives.
Leroy.
Any other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion.
There?
Doesn't matter.
I'm going to say Heather and Erica second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained?
It's so much more interesting than
Motion carries.
architecture.
Thanks, Campbell.
In churches, the Jell-O comment makes it much more interesting.
Right. I've seen a few things associated with
Good afternoon. First, I would like to follow up on a matter from the last review board meeting. After you suggested we pursue the statewide level of significance for the Benton Sherwood House based on the nature and level of Jeanette Sherwood's activities, we amended the nomination to that effect, and it was subsequently accepted at the statewide level by NPS. So happy Women's History Month. Today, we begin in Rochester with the first of 4 properties being listed under architectural significance that all share the stylistic label of colonial revival.
one of the most enduring national styles, particularly in its Georgian revival red brick and white classical trim manifestation that we see in these properties, it solved a problem of self-definition for a country defined not by ethnicity or creed, but by Enlightenment ideals codified into a legal and governmental system. As a visual language of Americanness, the style could be harnessed variably to invoke patriotically inflected pedagogy, a wholesome domesticity, or institutional formality. As we shall see, each of today's examples, though, is equally significant for how they represent function, type, and era of design, as they are a manifestation of this style. The Nathaniel Hawthorne School number 25 in Rochester is significant under criterion C, for architecture, with a period of significance of 1914 to 1915, its dates of construction. Its significance lies both as an academic colonial revival design and as an excellent embodiment of student well-being concerns of standardized school designs of the 19-teens. It sits on the eastern edge of the North Market View Heights neighborhood, facing North Goodman Street, with a secondary entrance on Bay Street. Its two-story front portion faces Goodman, and from this extends a single-story classroom wing that turns at a right angle at the auditorium and then extends southward. The notable local architect Edwin S. Gordon designed the front block as a quotation of the Salem, Massachusetts Custom House, built in 1819. Although clearly the budget did not allow for a cupola or a gilded eagle, the resemblance is intentional, as the school's namesake, noted American author Nathaniel Hawthorne, worked as inspector of revenue in the 1840s in that building while he penned the Scarlet Letter. While it is doubtful that that novel was on the student reading list, Twice Told Tales or The Wonder Book for Girls and Boys may well have been. The design is clearly intended as edificatory, as was the nearly contemporary Dutch Renaissance Revival Hudson School, now demolished, also by Gordon. Overall, the building has a high degree of integrity, as you can see by way of comparison with this 1930s photograph. From the rear of the front block extends the single-story classroom wing, first with its kindergarten marked by an exterior bay window. The auditorium occupies the corner, and then the main classroom wing with classrooms, each with its own outdoor access, flanking a shared interior hallway, extends then to the south. A formally designed southern entrance terminates that classroom wing. Apart from the sealing off of skylights and the addition of dropped ceilings, the Hawthorne School's interiors retain most of their original materials, design, and craftsmanship. This includes in the built-ins in library spaces and in the kindergarten. The kindergarten in particular has built-ins, a hearth, and kid-sized benches that line the bay window that you can just barely see over on the left end of the image on the right. The gymnasium slash auditorium retains its original floors and stage and proscenium. The great central hallway to the south is flanked by classrooms, all largely retaining their historic appearance. This includes built-in shelving and writing boards, coat closets aligned with the ventilation system as per health concerns of the era, and bulletin boards, although on the right it's been replaced with a whiteboard in that instance. The concerns of light and ventilation, as well as orderly circulation, all reflect Gordon's desire to provide the school with state-of-the-art design thinking regarding health and safety that characterized the government-mandated school standardization of the era. This nomination is by Karen Kennedy of Preservation Studios. The tax credit project is to create housing in the building. Are there any questions?
Questions or comments from the board or a motion?
I'll move.
Mint? I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? There being none.
The Middlesex Gardens Apartment Complex Historic District in Fredonia, Chautauqua County is eligible under criterion C for architecture for being a locally notable example of a mid-20th century colonial revival garden apartment type. This type became popular for post-World War II housing developments. The period of significance is 1947 to 1949, which are its dates of construction. The Middlesex Garden Apartment Complex sits on the corner of Central Avenue and Middlesex Drive near Fredonia's boundary with Dunkirk. The district contains 6 contributing apartment buildings and 2 contributing garage ranges. Middlesex Denef Inc. built the apartments as a complement to their planned subdivision of Middlesex Drive. When lot sales failed to quickly materialize along the meandering streets that they planned as the spine of the subdivision, they turned towards rental housing meant to attract veterans, employees of Niagara Mohawk Power, and eventually just middle-class tenants generally. The garden apartment type is characterized by groups of low-rise, multi-unit buildings spread out over a landscaped area, often with shared green spaces, courtyards, and parking areas. The building's colonial revival designs feature simplified massing, red brick walls, and white classical door surrounds, symmetrical facades with centered entryways, and pedimented dormers picked out in white. The inclusion of the garages necessitated by the complex's suburban location reveals the increased car dependence of the post-war period. The apartments retain an exceptional, sometimes nearly time capsule-like level of integrity on the interior. This includes circulation spaces, living spaces here in an upper floor of one of the gambrel roof buildings, and even in kitchens and bathrooms. Overall, the complex's high degree of integrity make it possibly the best surviving local architectural expression of the late 1940s specifically. The commercial tax credit project will continue the building's original use as apartments. The nomination is written by Katie Stucker Preservation Studios. Are there any questions?
Questions from the board? Do I hear a motion? Ruth?
Second.
Gretchen? All in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? There are none.
Turning now to Erie County, where we'll stay for the rest of the presentations. The Chapel Road Apartment Houses District in Kenmore is eligible under criterion C for architecture as an intact set of suburban 2-story masonry apartment buildings constructed for middle-class families that use colonial revival design to present an appearance of respectability in a social context hostile to multifamily housing. Their period of significance is the dates of their construction, 1928 to 1930. The district lies in Kenmore, not far from Buffalo's northern boundaries, in an area known as Between the Delawares, as it is flanked by Delaware Avenue and Delaware Road. The district contains 6 contributing apartment buildings and 3 non-contributing prefab tool storage sheds. Though 2 buildings on the south side of Chapel Road were built as the part of the same development, they were later altered by being joined to each other and to a church at their rear, and on the interior fitted for church support functions. And given their thus compromised interior, it was decided that they should not be included, and this was accepted by the Park Service in the PDIL. The stories of these apartments begin with the developers Clark and Landers, who bought frontages on several streets between the Delawares with the intent of fitting them with single-family homes such as you see on the left. This they did on Kenton Road and on Landers Road just south of Chapel. When it came to Chapel, however, they hit a snag. Another developer purchased the frontage on Delaware Avenue between Landers and Clark and proceeded to construct a now vanished megastructure dubbed the Kenmore Theater, but also containing a bowling alley, an awning manufacturer, and 15 storefronts. Realizing that single-family houses in the shadow of these buildings would be difficult to sell, the developer changed tack and proposed apartments for Chapel Road. They built 2, the ones on the left, and encountered opposition from local residents who leveraged local zoning laws. But the designs of the buildings, stylistically referencing quiet domesticity of an imagined past, combined with the developers explaining their plight to a number of different sources and authorities, ultimately resulted in the completion of the rest of the buildings. Prominent front door surrounds lend the building a sense of variety and harmony with nearby single-family residential streets. Interiors retain a high degree of integrity, including in circulation spaces where stairs perhaps have a more craftsman than a colonial character. The apartments themselves largely retain their original arched door openings, built-in storage, and glass-doored cabinetry flanking kitchen entrances. The integrity of the Chapel Road apartments allows them to convey the role of multifamily housing associated with Erie's late 1920s commercial development. This commercial tax credit project will retain its current use as multifamily housing. The nomination is by Joseph Dugan of Preservation Studios. Are there any questions?
I'll just make a brief comment. We say Kenton, not Kenton. This is my hometown.
Oh, okay.
Kenmore is the village in the town of Tonawanda.
I see. Kenton. Oh, very, okay.
And it's, what's the name of the church that got incorporated? Kenmore Methodist.
Okay.
My daughter went to Sunday school there.
Is she noisy?
Yes. Yeah, she needed a division. She needs a wall. I'll move it.
I'll second.
Heather, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries. Thank you.
South Presbyterian Church's eligibility for architecture derives from it being a highly intact and representative example of an early 20th century colonial revival institutional church. Its period of significance is 1922 to 1923, and that corresponds to its dates of construction. Although the building is sometimes used for religious purposes, it meets criterion consideration A, as it qualifies for the National Register under its architectural significance. It sits on Seneca Streets in South Buffalo, not far from the recently listed McKinley Parkway Historic District. The little triangle at the bottom of the USGS map there is kind of the beginning of that massive district we listed last year. The single non-historical addition to the building is on the right of the lot towards the back, and as you can see, the original portion dwarfs that little addition. The building, here seen in the 1920s in a contemporary photograph, has changed a little since its construction. It was designed by the local architect and congregation member, Thomas H. McCaig, who is known more widely for his technical abilities than for his creative design. The forms of the sanctuary draw upon 3 centuries of precedent, imitating the many colonial and federal era imitators of James Gibbs's St. Martin in the Fields in London, with its front steeple married to the classical pedimented portico. To this is added a rear wing and a basement space to accommodate the many educational and social functions of a mainline Protestant congregation entering the age of the institutional church model. The original plan and architectural finishes remain intact throughout the building, including in the liturgical spaces of the narthex and the low barrel vaulted sanctuary. Its sparse elaboration appropriate to Calvinist Protestantism. The classroom and social spaces are fitted out with varying degrees of elaboration, with the panel-clad elementary department with its inglenook fireplace being among the most elaborate. The minister's study and choir room are more typical in their limited trim, but still retain their original configurations. The large social spaces of the basement maintain their original plan, although the gymnasium auditorium under the sanctuary is rather more intact than the adjacent dining hall in its finishes. Overall, South Presbyterian retains the original design characteristics that make it a fine example of a 1920s colonial revival mainline Protestant church. In this commercial tax credit project, the rear wing will be converted to multi-family residence, whereas the front is still kept for religious gathering and nursery school kinds of purposes. KTA Preservation Specialists wrote this nomination. Are there any questions?
Questions from the board or a motion?
I'll move.
Wint? I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Now we move to the realms of work and commerce where we usually are in Buffalo. This is the Cold Spring Storage Company warehouse, which is eligible under architecture as an exact example of fireproof reinforced concrete frame enclosed storage warehouse from the early 20th century, and under commerce for its 59-year association with Cold Spring Storage Company, one of Buffalo's early and prominent moving and storage companies. Its period of significance runs from the construction of the building in 1919 to the 1978 closure of the company. We're hoping to snag a couple of years in there because the company closed in 1978, and that's just kind of logical. The Cold Spring Storage Company sits on Main Street opposite the intersection with Glenwood, and that puts it within easy distance of the Meteor Manufacturing Company building we listed last year, which is a little garage building you just see peeking in on the right edge with a little bit of white there on Glenwood. The boundary is the current property tract, which matches the lot at the end of the period of significance. The Cold Spring Storage Building was designed as a state-of-the-art accompaniment to the company's adjacent 1916 brick six-story warehouse. The two were used in tandem as Cold Spring Storage facilities, Cold Spring Storage's facilities until it sold the older building in 1960. Now, that older building was demolished in 1967, which means for the last 11 years of existence and the 11 years of the period of significance, the company existed in this building very much as it stands today. The loss of the adjacent building is not critical to the eligibility in this instance because of an appearance dating to the period of significance and its historically independent functioning with its own entrances and exits, and also with its own independent structural system. So it wasn't, these two buildings weren't integral to each other, clearly, because this one's still standing, the other one's gone. It survived as a storage warehouse from 1919 until quite recently, more than twice as long as the other building, which has been demolished in association with that function. So, you know, that all figures into kind of explain how this has its own kind of its own integrity to the period of significance. What's important is that it represents the Cold Spring Storage Company during the period of significance, and it still very much does that. The front offices of the Cold Spring Storage Company are of mixed integrity, including some original woodwork, but also a lot of later non-historical office finishes. The bulk of the rest of the building appears very much as it has throughout the company's working life, with a mammoth elevator and metal-clad doors, ubiquitous mushroom columns, and wide open windowless spaces. Cold Spring Storage Company was one of the early and mid 20th century Buffalo's most substantial local moving and storage companies. It maintained a fleet of moving trucks with liveried drivers, as well as a host of movers. The facility maintained and sold moth-eliminating vaults, which were much publicized in the 1920s and 1930s. The building functionally protected owners' precious belongings from light, heat, fire, and hungry pests. The Cold Spring Storage Company recently ended its long tenure as a moving and storage company, and under its second owners, Diamond Storage, who bought it in 1978. The commercial tax credit is to convert the building to residential usage. KTA Preservation Specialist wrote the nomination. Are there any questions?
Yes. Who wants to live there?
Not a lot of windows.
Yeah, there's
I
many windows.
think it's going to be interesting to see whether a plan to knock windows into the side is going to be approved or not.
Yeah.
So, I mean, sometimes we wait for the entire process to go on, and sometimes the consultants want to get paid. And so we're moving ahead of the process a little bit here. But,
Questions or comments from the board?
I'll just quickly say I appreciated you detailing why this component is significant on its own, because my initial read, I just kept getting stuck on the fact that it was the addition. So
Well,
again, appreciate that you provided the
that's-
further details explaining it.
That's a very understandable concern, and I was concerned about that too. And initially, the consultants had presented it as just as architecture, but in fact, this is a long-lived representative of a business, and that business stretched past the demolition of that other component. So the fact that we have an extended period of significance under commerce really justifies, its eligibility under the current circumstances.
Yeah, I sort of add to that, like I don't know if there's maybe a place where a few sentences in the nomination would clarify that, but it did take some close reading to like really circle through it and circle back and be like, okay, I can see how this argument is being made here, because as soon as you look at the pictures, it tells the whole story for you. And it isn't necessarily obvious that the story is this is eligible. So you need the narrative to explain it. Yeah.
You may have noticed at the end that Kath kind of edited for me. I'll go back and edit it. I just didn't have time because I had to write something for the next nomination. So, okay. So we'll make sure that language is there and up front in the nomination.
Do I hear?
So, yeah. We almost really didn't have time to look at section 7. So, we'll go back and kind of comb that out a bit. All right.
And I have a motion?
Oh.
I'll make a motion.
I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries. I wouldn't want to stand in its way.
Okay. Now, rounding things up, the Seeger Scherer Furniture Store building is eligible under criteria C as architecture is a final example of two separately built 1880s two-part commercial blocks that were later conjoined and expanded to form a colossal retail establishment, and under criterion A for commerce for its association with two major family-run furniture businesses that occupied the premises for a total of 140 years, that continually adapted their business models to answer the changing needs of consumers of the city of Buffalo. Its period of significance runs from 1880, the construction of the first portion of the building, to the 50-year mark of 1976. The building sits on the northwest side of Genesee Street near the intersection with Oak, close to the heart of downtown Buffalo. The firm of John G. Seeger and Sons built the main structure in 1884 and expanded it to include a pre-existing building immediately to the west in 1890. The Seeger family maintained the business until 1938, when they shuttered their doors and sold their premises to the F. Scherer and Sons furniture business, which had since 1897 occupied rented premises nearby. Scherer continued to do business here until 2024. The building features many telling aspects relating to its long life as a furniture store. These include the prominent shop fronts with deep display windows capable of holding large furniture, and the wide open interior spaces for the display of wares on multiple levels. Finishes such as pressed tin ceilings and wall moldings meant to simulate paneling were intended to display goods advantageously. Around the second quarter of the 20th century, vestibules were constructed in order to simulate the domestic environment so that consumers could better picture their furnishings in their homes. The upper floors are largely open in plan and sometimes even have a warehouse-like appearance. The upper floors that you see here were often associated with the clearance sales stock. The store premises witnessed the two retail establishments evolving to suit the requirements of the furniture business across the decades. Displays started as museum-like exhibitions of heterogeneous specimens, and spectacles like mummies and live monkeys occupied the store windows to attract consumer attention. The age of electricity enhanced the store's presence by announcing the establishment with a wire sign that could be seen from miles around and by illuminating the interior into extended opening hours. After the First World War, the tone of the business changed to marketing matching sets and urging consumers to come in and experience the stock to better understand how it might work in their homes. The latter was apparently a direct response to the proliferation of mail order catalogs. After Seeger & Sons business waned in the Great Depression, Frederick Scherer & Sons found themselves in a position to move into the Grand Emporium, apparently in part due to strong appliance and small goods sales when big ticket items were hard to move. They tied their marketing to major national brands in furniture and appliance manufacture. They also appear to have made ample use of staged domestic vignettes in the vestibules in their advertising photography. That's what I believe we're seeing on the right here and at the bottom of the image below. Seeger Furniture changed with the times, furnishing model homes in far-flung suburbs and exurbs with their wares, celebrating anniversary after anniversary, and even popping onto social media in the early 21st century. When they closed in 2024, it was because of a lack of interest from the next generation of the family rather than from failing sales. This nomination is by KTA Preservation Specialists, with the addition of selling furniture at 122 to 126 Genesee by me. I just stuck in that section because the building deserved it. And it is a commercial tax credit project for conversion to mixed commercial residential use. We don't really know the balance of that yet. The nomination has 2 letters of support, one from Mayor Ryan and one from the Buffalo Preservation Board. Are there any questions?
Questions or comments? No. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'm going to say Heather and Jennifer. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Thank you. I love that building personally, but.
Thanks. Okay.
All right, new business?
Yeah, can everybody hear me? Is this working? Yes, sounds like.
Yes.
Okay, very quickly, I am going to refer you folks to, in front of you, you should have this flyer. We're very excited about this new grant program. The New York State African American Heritage Grant Program for both education and capital projects. So cast your mind back to the December State Review Board when Lavada Nahan, our interpreter of African American history, gave a really good interpretation on the division's Enslavement to Freedom initiative. This is kind of an update and folds into that program and all of those efforts. So back in Black History Month in February, Governor Hochul announced this new grant program. It's $3.8 million. And these are and we're going to be running this here. These grants are going to assist nonprofit organizations and municipalities can apply. Everything and anything from documenting, interpreting, preserving places, stories related to the African American experience in New York State. And we are administering this program in cooperation with the New York State Commission on African American History and the Department of State. We have received this sub-allocation of funds. So the team at DHP is working very hard, myself, Cordell, Ashley Barrett, Christina Vagvolgi, et cetera. Everybody's working on launching this. We have, right now we're in the mode of spreading the word. And so it's on our website. You can go to the QR code to learn more here. It's on our website. And so far we've got over 250 organizations and individuals that have signed up to get more information, which we're excited, but yeah, a little bit concerned that we're going to have so many people and organizations applying that
That's a good problem.
it's a good problem to have. So, this is the money we have now, whether or not in the future this can be expanded upon if we're successful with this. So we're pretty excited. We will be doing some informational webinars the end of April. So anyways, you can learn more about it. Any questions? No? Okay. And then the last thing, again, just a reminder, the Statewide Preservation Conference and our annual Historic Preservation Awards will be taking place April 15th through the 17th at the Otesaga in Cooperstown. Very excited about it. As we know, Gretchen, yay, is our keynote speaker. She's been taking lots of notes today. We cannot wait to see what you have to say, what provocative things you're going to say at the conference. So that'll be
provocative.
Yes, it's going to be fun, exciting. So we all hope you can come. And if you go to the Landmark Society of Western New York, we're working with them. They're kind of helping to organize this. If you go to their website, you can sign up for the conference. So I also do want to thank you. I don't know if I thanked you guys before, but our awards committee, very earnest thank you to Ruth and to Molly and to Heather for serving on the awards committee this year. So there's some great, you're going to be excited to learn what the awards are. So thank you. Hope to see you there. That's all I got.
All right, that brings us to a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
We're done. Thank you.
Yes.